Five. Right. We are back with another episode of Survivors of the Tarnstead. We're going to start in our usual manner of introduction. First up, we have Blackheart as
Carrick Marshk.
We have Kronos as
Shucks and Rodscala.
We have Hadden as
Tilde.
We have Marcus as
Corvus
We have Semi as
Clifton Greysteel.
We have Tobias as
Louis Schwa.
and you have me, Yuri, as your friendly DM. Who'd like to give the recap?
I can do it.
I'll do it.
Oh, you do it?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, tell
Yeah.
me. There's a fight.
All right, so it's been a few weeks, but in the previous edition of Survivors of Tarnstead, everybody got interrogated, as most people stayed in Beacon for a while. Some people went back to the airship. Gifton and Corvus ended up going shopping with Razem, and Gifton had a bit of a heart-to-heart with Corvus, who mentioned wanting to search for his brother while in Hexenreich, which is our general plan of where we're hoping to go soon. Carrick ended up breaking that orb that he got after figuring out that if he said a specific phrase, which was essentially free, then he could destroy the orb. He ended up visiting his grandma after that and gave her the barrels of water that makes you younger. Gifton ended up meeting with Titania, or Taniel, I guess. Discussed Raziel and Oberon, asked if Dadriel could visit, and was told there's no reason to worry about it. So Dadriel was summoned and happily met with Taniel. Then Oberon showed up, because he tends to do that. While talking, he mentioned barren lands near the Hexenreich border and granted Gifton permission to seek weapons in his realm. Also vowed to help fight the dragons very boastfully. And Gifton ended up going to Southwestheim after discussing the vault with Dadriel. The entire party got invited to an event to see off General Rozelle, and on the way there, the party took the empty after Hadwin mirrored Corvus doing the entry opening motion. We ended up encountering something that attacked the group after apparently warning us, or something apparently warned us. Corvus got mad, everybody had turned around, then he turned around right after before we left. Or rather, before he left. And at the party, we ended up discussing the departure of General Rozelle, celebrating it. Tilde said some awkward comments to people. Gifton ended up unleashing glitters of light that were a gift from Lord Oberon and the Fae as well, and unlocked Fae mystery piety in the process. Apologies if that was a little cut and dry on it.
No, that's good. Okay. I believe we had
We kind of ended up with us. We were all leaving for the night.
the party, right? I believe.
No, we were leaving
yes.
Rozelle's house.
You leave Rozelle's house.
We literally stripped him out of his clothes, wrapped him up in blankets,
and then
we said, okay, we're all leaving after we made sure he went to bed. And we had Rick Beale watching over him.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna have Dingus open the food room door to my house from here.
Okay. You doing that in any particular place in Raziel's?
Maybe not in his house.
Assuming I can confer with Rick Beale quickly, of just not making him talk, but just saying, like, if I was going to make an extra dimensional doorway that goes to my house, where do you think would be okay in this house? It's going to be up for a while.
Rick Beale just sort of bobs about. You get the sort of vague impression that he's like anywhere.
Okay, so we'll just do it right to Raziel's bedroom. That's fine.
Cool.
That won't be a problem. He opens the door and sees another person. and
Okay,
just looks
so
confused.
Dingus sort of like lands on the floor, seems to stare at the wall intently. You hear him going little meep 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 meep, and the door starts to form, shimmering, coming into existence.
Cool. It's like he's like he charges up. Meep, 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 meep.
Fires a laser blast.
Yep.
Whoa.
I scoop him up and give him a good pet, and we head her for the night.
Alright, so alright.
No warning, just leaving a door.
Shax is staying in Winden for the night.
Okay.
Because he has business with Stenhouse in the morning.
Okay. What about the rest of you? The rest of you heading home? You staying in Winden?
Carrick's heading home.
Heading home.
Can I
Louis going
grab?
back to the airship if possible, because that's kind of where Louis exists now.
I'm not sure how we can.
I think your ride's just left.
Oh, well then.
I was gonna say I'm gonna grab Carrick since he's gonna be going my way to go home. Because I have plots and plans.
Oh no.
Pots
Yeah.
and pans.
Yeah, so
That might be part
We're staying at Winden tonight.
Okay. Well, it's easy enough to find room and board. Whether you want to go luxurious or not is up to you. But both accommodations are easy enough to find. Right. Morning comes. The day finding is reviewing your various locations. And I believe today is Princess Party Day, no?
it is Princess Party.
It is
yeah.
Princess Party Day.
Right.
Don't know how many characters actually aware of this fact. Have been keeping track.
I keep bringing it up with Gifted, but I don't know.
I don't know how good each of the characters' scheduling is in mind. Yes. It is the day of the Princess Party, but it's in other ways normal morning. Carrick and Gifton are woken up by family, get to spend a nice little morning with, spouses, children / eggs,
Pets.
pets.
It's an egg pets.
I'm gonna do the anime thing and grab a bit of toast and rush off to Carrick's.
Okay, you rush off to Carrick's with a bit of toast. Carrick, you're just sort of finishing up breakfast when Gifton emerges in Carrick, tavern or home abode?
Home.
Home abode. Okay.
I was
Dramatic
going to his house.
explosion.
Yeah.
I was actually going to his house.
Yeah.
And I figured I'd do I missed
Are you
one.
going to sneak under the door, Jem, or are you going to knock on the door?
I'm knocking on the door.
Okay. Yes, Carrick, there's a
Guess
knock at the door.
she's human. For her, so sneaky out the door.
Yeah.
Scary.
All I do is human form.
Gonna go up and go check the door.
Hey, Carrick, cool. Really excited to see you.
Morning.
You having breakfast?
Just finishing up.
Any extra?
Meep, meep.
Shoulder. Look at.
Yes. There's always
Oh, that's great. That's awesome. We'll just come right in then. Yeah. So, I got a quick thing I wanted to talk to you about. We're going on a really long trek someplace where I was told by some Fey Lords and Fey Ladies that teleporting in and out of Hexenreich is like really hard to do.
like for the Fae or for
They have a lot of wards against people being able to teleport in and out with regular magic, and also the stuff that I do might not work. And I mean, I don't know how much that is, but I think it's going to be a problem. I mean, we might need to prepare for that. We might not be able to come back as much.
that would be a problem.
And I think we have a problem in the fact that those little purple worm eggs are going to hatch literally any day right now, and they're going to need people to take care of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Talia is prepared to take care of those purple worm eggs by herself, is she?
I don't think she would want to. They're
Yeah, and there's this whole other thing of it's going to be like a month or something at least, probably, before we're probably out of there, because we're going to be rescuing people and doing all sorts of stuff and meeting with the Kingdom of the Dead, and I don't even know what's going to happen. But the dragon's coming, and
soon is that anyway?
it's in Ursentile, and I mean we're in Muladil right now, I think, but you know, we've only got like a month and a half ish before Hello Dragons. And I mean, we already know some of the dragons are already here anyway, right? Because we know Speary's here. So I mean, I don't really know if that time frame's great in saying that that's exactly when the dragon shows up. I think that's when we know the dragon hits.
That's when the physical, I think.
Well, that's when the physical lands in Dolvwood. But I don't think that means that that's when the physical gets here. And I'm worried about that. And we have to do like all that prep for preparing to fight the thing. And I was thinking, like, you did all that learning and smart stuff for doing the metal with Shax.
Yes.
So you know how you made a simulacrum of me? I was thinking, why don't I make a simulacrum of you, because you're really smart and you know all the stuff, and then we leave the simulacrum of you here with like Care and Razem and have them teach and help make metal do thing. Does that sound smart? And then they could maybe help take care of animals. I was also thinking about making a simulacrum of me too, because I know how to take care of the animals, but I don't know, we need somebody to like manage them. And I was thinking maybe we could have Rizal do that, since he's not going to be doing anything and he might be here. He could make sure our simulacrums do the things that they're supposed to do.
We'd have to make sure he's going to be here, not having him here would cause an issue.
And I was also thinking that, like, I'm not using my sneaky thing to pretend to be a drow anymore, and I could give it to my simulacrum, so that way it wouldn't cause as much confusion.
That might actually be better, because trying to explain this to people would be...
Anyway, I thought I'd bring it to you as a thing. If you thought it was a good idea, we could do it. But if you think it's a bad idea, we won't do it.
I think it's a good idea if we manage it. As long as Raz knows what he needs to do and doesn't try to immediately come chasing after us.
Talia, who is, you know, clearing dishes away from the table right now, is going to sort of wander back in and just, peering curiously, just go, what's a simulacrum?
You should show her the one you made of me.
Oh, the little gifting?
Yeah.
Yes. Reach into the bag and pull out the little
technically that's full-size gifting. I make a wibble.
So you wander around like this so much that
I know. Sorry.
Don't apologize. She's just gonna shake her head at you and
Anyway, it's a copy that can cast our spells and has all of our knowledges and stuff like that. It's a magic copy. It's made of stuff, but it's not a real person. It's a golem. It's like a puppet.
Yeah, they don't.
So I could have a puppet husband around.
Would you take care of your puppet husband?
I'd put the puppet husband to good work.
The puppet husband could take care of helping Razem and Care with the metal learning and help Talia with the house and the worms. That would be good, right?
Yes, it's a lot of stuff we have.
And you could show off the adorable drow look with it, so it doesn't confuse everybody in town. Eyebrow waggle.
That's a good point. I do still have that in the bag. I think it'll work. We should probably let Rizem and Kara know also, so they don't suddenly get very confused.
Yeah, I was gonna go probably touch base with them, but I want to make sure you were okay with it first, because if you're not okay with it, then it's a completely done deal of not doing it, because you're the one with all the knowledge of how to do the metal stuff, other than Shaxan. But Shaxan's already got a copy of himself on the boat, using that one to fix things and do stuff like that. And I honestly think it would be nice to have somebody who can cast emergency teleports. So yours would be able to do that as a backup.
Yes.
And
Well, you trusted me to do it to you, so I can't really say I can't trust you. So
okay.
I think it is a good idea. I'm not sure the best way to do it.
Well, if it's going to be someone you want to leave with Talia, why don't you use Little Giftin to cast it? Because she can cast that free once a day. And then do that on you before you cast any spells. And I'll just go make a spare up myself. Okay?
Are you able? Oh, yeah, you would have the same way that I could.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting with, been using the sword.
Mm-hmm. I can do it.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's all I wanted to do. All right. Hey, did you get food? Okay.
Do you have any idea how to do it for someone else?
Arcana roll, please. Blackheart.
I mean, the simulacrum will have to be in charge of the other simulacrum. That will basically be it.
Yeah, basically, the simulacrum spell, it can be cast on other people. You would make a copy of somebody under your control. However, if you already have a simulacrum, you can't do it again, but you can command your simulacrum to do it themselves, and then just order your simulacrum to put their simulacrum under your orders.
Yep.
Okay. I guess we can...
Also, with that, you realise that this is getting quite close to the whole illegality of simulacra and why ruby dust is regulated.
Yes. Let's not...
Yeah, but we're not even using ruby dust. They can't regulate this shit.
I mean, they can. They do have a military.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I have Little Gift and cast it and give control to Talia.
Or Talia. Give it to Talia. That'd be best. Yep.
I probably shouldn't do more than that. The whole, kind of warning we got about regulation and everything.
Just that way it'll basically be Talia's simulacrum that she's controlling. So that'll work.
But if you disguise them with the amulets, nobody has to know.
I'm just gonna look at Talia and go, and please don't replace me with the copy.
I mean, this one's going to be helping around the house and, earning all those good husband points.
Give the sad face.
You'll have to work even harder when you come home.
I will.
Right. Well, I just made this awkward, so I'm gonna leave.
just gonna lean down beside you, get in, and just go. Competition will do him good.
Yeah, but now I'm having concerns about leaving one with my husband.
Competition will do you good.
I think she already has competition. Shazam there.
And thusly, Carrick and Gifton both stay in Beacon and send their simulacrums out to help us.
Right,
No.
I'm gonna head home after that.
Okay.
And
you're gonna do that thing.
I'm gonna help her clean up.
Gotta earn those husband points.
I'm gonna start earning the points while I can. Gotta start earning the points early now.
Okay. So I imagine you guys will basically start wrapping things up. You casting your simulacra now?
Yeah, I'm casting mine. I'm casting mine when I get somewhere else. I'll cast mine.
Okay. All right. So you're both setting up the respective simulacra.
And then I'm getting them the thing, and I would have brought
you're turning it into Trixie.
So turning it into Trixie, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm giving mine to my little thing to...
What command are you giving your simulacra each?
Well, for me, I gotta get it home first. So
you're casting it before you get home.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. This better to ask forgiveness and permission.
Okay. Well, it will follow you
I see
home
how it
easily
is.
enough.
I'll follow. I'm gonna get it dressed and then I'll take it
Yeah.
home.
I see how it is.
Yeah. What?
So, Blackheart, what command are you giving? Well, what command are you telling the gift of simulacra to give to this one?
Use cast wish to cast. I cannot see that.
No,
No, you
you've
need
got
to
the
do that
simulacra
first.
made.
Oh.
What command are you giving?
To give control.
Give control of the simulacrum you just made to Talia.
Give to Talia. Yes, okay. The little Gifton turns to the Carrick simulacrum, who I hope you've clothed, otherwise naked,
Yes. Yes.
and goes,
Nothing that she hasn't seen.
obey the commands of Talia. And the Carrick simulacra just nods.
Look at Talia and go, I guess, try and see how it works. He kind of says. With that.
Make me a sandwich. And the Carrick simulacra will bow its head briefly and then head off to the kitchen.
Conjures 2 very large pieces of bread.
I'm just gonna go over and watch it. Just as curiosity.
It makes what you know as Talia's favorite sandwich.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Okay, good. It didn't use the rat poison. Thank God. It didn't turn bad.
Part of me was half expecting it. Trying to change. Magic bullshittery. I'm gonna go over for a hug. And I guess also plus as you have protection. Well, I'm gonna go on.
Yeah, but hopefully don't need that.
I hope not either. There's some worries about the other Corvus running around still, so.
Okay, well, she looks at our simulacra and goes, "Don't let Corvus in." And the simulacra
nice.
nods.
I will
Marking that house off my list.
You don't know
know
yet.
You're not aware of this.
I know I'm not.
Don't worry, I will be warning you because that is as funny as Carrick could be. Carrick's not that mean. Okay, I'll have to make sure our Corvus knows just not to have an issue. Okay, give her a kiss. I should probably catch up with. Look at the time. What was our actual
Plan?
Yeah, I'm actually looking over at.
I don't know if you guys had a plan.
Did we actually? I'm trying to remember. Did we make a plan before we?
We had no plan.
We had no
before we
plan.
spoke that night.
Yeah,
Okay.
we.
You guys basically went to a party. Some of you got tipsy.
Yeah.
And I kept saying, "Hey guys, this is the princess party tomorrow."
Yeah.
Be fair, I wasn't there. I was elsewhere informing people about how much they will miss or be screwed by the departure of General Rizal.
I'm going to go catch Gifton real quick. She mentioned the prince's birthday celebration again, and I don't know if her plan was we were supposed to attend. I didn't hear a thing, but maybe it would be.
So Talia frowns a little bit and just goes, "Well, I hope you. I'm not supposed to go, right?
Babies.
I'm still not big on that kind of thing, and there's the bar and the eggs and
gonna give her another
that I
hug,
clearly have to babysit.
another kiss. I'm hoping I don't have to go, so don't feel bad. No, I will
Well,
do
if
everything in
everyone
my
else
power to make sure
goes and you don't want to, then you could come home and spend, a nice
Yes.
evening.
Yes. I just want to make sure that it was not a discussion last night I missed from one of the generals that we had to be there.
Okay.
And also what the rest of the plan is. I know some people are stranded up in Winded and can't get back to the gift shop. Yeah, 'cause the airship.
Well, just let me know what's happening then.
I will stop by for sure, and I will give her yet another kiss and go wander off to Gifton's house because that's about the only place I figure she'd go.
Gifton, before I start moving things, what is your command to your simulacra? As you walk, you walk it home.
My command to my simulacra is going to be obey the requests and orders of Raziel, Care, and Razem, and be as helpful as you can.
Okay.
Open-ended, Gifton.
I be as helpful as you can around the house. I'll say that.
Okay. Right. And you
And then I'm going to kick her through the doorway to go see Raziel.
I see.
Just like the little tiny
Do
one.
you like
No,
try?
I-
Are you trying to avoid your family or?
I'm just kind of walking her through the kitchen. I gotta get to I'm going through the door of the kitchen door, that leads to Razel's place right now.
Okay, so you walk through. You actually hear from the little house. You hear the sounds of your children and your parents. Apparently, they're being entertained. And but walking into the kitchen, you do come across Razem, who just raises an eyebrow quizzically.
I made a magic copy of myself.
Oh, fun!
I'm gonna go set it to work on something for a bit.
Aw.
It'll be back though. It'll do anything you want. Anything you want. I say it's
Come back soon, then. Yes.
Wait.
All right. You head for that door. Carrick, you go to her house, and you'll be directed by a bemused Razem to the kitchen, where you can follow behind shortly through the door if you wish to go through the magic door of food.
She went from that through the door. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm using. I was gonna take the cheat way to Winden because I'm trying to avoid using spells.
Well, you think on that. Wind and crew.
I was actually going to go back home real quick and let Talia know that yes, I am going to Winden.
Okay.
Okay, so you're not coming through. Okay.
No, I am gonna come through. I promised I'd let my wife know where I was going. Remember? So I'm doing that so I don't get in trouble. And again, I'm also trying to save spells.
In Winden, Shaxton.
Mm-hmm.
You said you business with the High General in the morning.
Yes, he had asked to talk to Stenhouse in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You get up early, I'm imagining. Just get yourself in order. Did you stay in a nice place, modern place, close to the keep?
Probably moderate, lovely. He's probably not used to spending a lot of money on
Just a
inns,
decent,
that sort of thing.
decent little abode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, somewhere decent.
Well, you served a pleasant enough breakfast. There isn't much variety in choice. It's what they have in hand, but it's decent quality. But you soon make your way to the keep. Telde, Corvus, and Louis. What are you wanting to do with your mornings?
Are we all sort of in a group, or do we all scatter?
Entirely up to the
Personally,
individuals.
I'm going to stand outside of Raziel's house.
Okay. So there's been a creeper.
I have Saxon and Louis. in the general area. Okay. Corvus, if everyone was out for like a breakfast or something, Corvus would approach the two that are here and ask them, since we are here, it may be prudent to look into Lord Harcount, given the time frames that we are all under and his own suggestion in helping us deal with our dragon matter.
Louis, while I was just looking, I'm after chewing on something. Oh, who?
Yes,
Well,
must
you
remember
weren't here.
Lisa
Right.
was present when your group last met.
Oh gosh, there's so much stuff that. All right. Well, if anyone asks for me, just mention go see Lord Harcount, I guess. I think it's the states over by the Citadel or Cathedral Palace, whatever the big building is.
If you're not sure, I would suggest waiting for someone else.
Oh, I know where it is.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, what is always could happen? Last time he was
Hold
on
up
his
your
own, he was
left
attacked
hand.
at all.
My butt.
Okay.
My left.
I'm messing with you, Mr. Adderlass. I'm messing with you.
Ah,
You know, humor.
never had it.
That's funny.
Cross the wind.
Right.
Also, second thing, from days ago, I want to apologize about slamming you into a wall. Blood was boiling. I apologize.
Things were said. It's past that. Admittedly, we haven't been around each other for an extended amount of time, and so if I wasn't taking the time to understand you as much as the others around here, even Saxon's still somewhat obscure in that regard, but we are here
But
for.
I'm fairly certain most of us probably deserve that treatment at least once lately.
Yes. But
Well, he's going to put out his hand to shake Corvus's hand.
Chorus will reach out with his left and then with his right.
Reaching out one and thinking better of it.
Yeah, it's the one that's the weird arm, so.
Let's see. Shake hands.
Remember, we're in the area if you need help.
I do have a section has that connectivity thing that you have with the
Become beads.
sending. Yes.
Yes,
But-
sending beads.
Yes, I do have my own precautions, but if anything is amiss, his estate was the large building to the left of the library as you face northward. So, just in case, since you two weren't around when we visited his estate earlier.
My God, are we
I
going to the
will-
mythical Winden map? Oh, it's dark.
Slack. That's
Oh.
foreboding.
Mr. Adderlass, I will suggest before you go, getting something to eat.
I've eaten.
There it is.
Have you now?
Yeah, you guys are sitting here having breakfast.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
sitting
yeah.
eating breakfast.
We're literally sitting at
We've
breakfast.
been eating breakfast for the past hour now. Louis Swap.
Just making sure. Just making
All
sure.
right.
Someone
I mean,
check.
you are kind of small.
Someone check Louis' drink.
Listen, it was a heavy night last night.
I am quite comfortable with my body. Yes. Yeah, I'm tall and small. That is all right. Allows me to fit through doors better. Yes.
I think the term they used was wiry.
Wiry. That is correct. I heard say that.
Right.
Anyway.
Louis, what is your plan
Yes.
for the morning?
I have absolutely no freaking clue.
Do you care to join me to Lord Harkness?
Do you want to do a carousing roll? Do you want to go with Corvus? Do you want to?
I'll go with Corvus because this is something new that Louis has no idea what he's stepping into. So why not?
Okay. All right. So you're going
That sort of adventure.
New best friends.
All right, so the two of you will depart for the Lord Harkount's estate. Shaxton, you head for the keep. Telday, there has not been any real stirring from inside Raziel's place.
That's all right. It's just tradition that I stay here for the night.
Okay. Morning has come. Do you want to break the tradition and move on? Do you want to continue the tradition of only staying the night and move on, or are you going to go for the traditional? I have to wait here until somebody appears.
Opens the door, just like last time when Raziel opened the door and he slammed into you.
Now that he's not working, that might take a while. I will wait
think of the commitment.
slightly longer than one might normally expect someone to leave their home, but after like an extra hour or something, I will head to the barracks.
Like 10 a.m. or 9 a.m.
You'll probably get gifted emerging before you leave, I think. Right. We're going to do with Shaxton first. Shaxton, you arrive at the keep. The guards at the gate sort of nodding at you, acknowledging, and you go, "You got business, sir?"
Yes, I'm going to have a meeting with the High General.
Come on in then, sir. And they're actually just going to open up the gates.
Okay.
There's a quick cursory check, which you honestly don't do this when you're with the others, but they check you over now that you're solo. But
Jax will actually calmly offer up any weaponry he has, that sort of thing, if he has to.
Thank you, sir. They don't ask for it, but they seem ready to take it and store it away.
He'll calmly offer that, including bag of holding that has the other weapons, that sort of thing.
And it's one of them's checking over your arm, like giving that a little pat check quick, and seems to pause. And there's a little knock on the wood.
That's a very long story.
Not something we have to be concerned about, right?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay, no secret compartments or anything?
No, it's just a more organic prosthetic.
Wood organic? Yeah, wood's organic. I don't, once it's dead, it stops being organic, right? No, that's not how it works.
Dirt on it, that's why you know it's organic.
And they are having a little debate with each other as they sort of wave you through to go in.
He will calmly bow politely and continue on his way.
Right. You are able to head into the main building. The secretary at the entrance sort of glancing up as you head on in. Just an eyebrow raising quizzically.
I had told Thomas yesterday at the party that I needed to talk to him today.
Oh, well.
Is he available or is he still indisposed?
The High General is filling out some very heavy, intense paperwork, but I'm sure would be very pleased to see you. And she just sort of gestures up to the floor where his office is.
Thank you.
Like
I apologize
all
for
the promotion paperwork that has to happen for some other son of a bitch.
And you wander up there.
I apologize for the Jax will I apologize heavily for the distraction I'm going to be causing.
She just sighs and sort of waves her hand.
And he'll continue his way up.
And you head on up there, and there's his office door. It's closed, but you go ahead and knock on it, and you just hear come in.
Jax will open the door, step in, and calmly close it behind him.
The curtains are drawn over the window in here. It's quite dim, and you just see him resting with his head on the desk, hands over it.
Oh, paperwork.
And he sort of slowly raises his head up, and the look of a very heavy hangover.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson,
I apologize if I caught you at the wrong time.
there is no good time. Please sit down. Coffee? It's
Would you
rather
like
good
some-
stuff.
I can attempt to see if I can alleviate some of it with magic, if you would like.
No. I must suffer the consequences of my actions.
Is that you or your secretary speaking?
He looks unamused. There's the pursed lips as he just motions for you to sit down, refusing to answer this question for his own dignity.
You are the snods. I see. That is fair.
So, what can I do for you?
I apologize for the dry subject matter at hand that is going to be, but I'd like to know, since we were going to be going as as two people for people of Barast to help liberate my home country, what Barast's intentions are after, or if the Hexenreich government is going to be able to be stated or is.
Well, as you all travelling as representatives of Barast, it's not entirely true. Barastian adventurers, but what am I banding about for? You understand the whole plausible deniability thing, yes? You're adventurers. You go, you do what you do. Less fallout if something goes wrong for us. As for what our plans are with your nation, if there is a sizable, organised remnant of government, which doesn't seem to be a sign of, but does not mean there isn't, they, once their situation is secure, would have to approach us for aid if that's what they desire, want to negotiate. If you're wondering if we plan to invade, no.
I did not think invasion. I do not know, admittedly. At this point, invasion would hardly be necessary given how little of the resistance left.
Well,
probably.
no occupation or any of that such either. That's not on the books. At least, not on my books or His Majesty's books. I'm aware.
There's a question I had, then, if it is going to be unorthodox in nature, but to be able to make things move faster, would I be able to petition the Barast government to be recognized as the government in standing until we can find something suitable?
Honestly, I'm not sure that'll fly.
We can get.
However, if you
That's
bring
fair.
back someone that we've had ties with before, that might be doable in that case.
That is good, then. I was an attempt to do that. I just do not want to see my people suffer longer than they have to.
More government officials you can bring back, the better. Or noblemen, that kind of thing, you know.
That is fair. I myself am apparently a noble now that is not by any normal.
I don't think we gave you nobility, did we?
You did not deserve the Fae of strange magic.
Oh, no, in that case, I don't want to know, but sure, whatever you can leverage. Yes, frankly, there isn't much official conduct in how this is supposed to happen. It's a little bit of a rare event, you understand.
Mhm. Yes, so that is why I thought I would try to see exactly what could happen or would happen.
Suppose I could talk to His Majesty or one of the councilmen, see what they would want to recognize a Hexenreich government. Little unusual for me, but I can put some feelers out.
I would be most appreciative. I do have the ability to create a way to contact me easily if that would help at all. It is something I have to entrust to an individual, and only that person has that line back and forth.
Oh, don't worry, I had...
the other night at the party.
True.
Yeah.
And you undid the one to Raziel and you gave one to Stenhouse.
The little communicatey thingy.
Yes.
I
sending device.
will keep you in the loop.
I would most appreciate it, and I'm sorry to put more work on your plate.
It's for a good cause. But I have to remind you that, and I am truly sorry if this sounds harsh, but Kingdom of the Dead is priority here.
That is entirely fair. They're the ones who still exist at this point in time.
And it seems like they might be the ones actually helping your country folk, so...
I just know I do not have complete confidence in us being possibly folded fully into it, despite all things.
Yes.
But I'm sure anyone would have the same feelings about their homeland ceasing to be.
Yes. And I'm afraid even if there is a government in exile or you're able to salvage something, it won't be what it was.
I think that is for the best, frankly.
Well.
Despite my pride in my nation, I will be the first to admit that our problem is a very seated problem.
Well, I've been involved in no small amount of little skirmishes with your marvelous military, so can't say I wouldn't like to see some changes myself, but also understand that's how things are.
Right, and yes, too much might makes right, and divine reckoning of where people were born and such.
Yes, you're crazy dragon worshipping bastards before this even happened, so...
Jax will laugh a bit and go, that is not far off, frankly.
Oh, you coming to the party tonight?
I think Gifton has plans for us to attend, yes. I admit I did not know how welcome I was as a foreign national.
You have some good associates.
That is fair. So,
if you do arrive, help me. I do not feel up to it, but I must make an appearance, so if you can keep people off my back, I would very much appreciate it.
I will do what I can.
Good boy, good. And he's just going to reach over and sort of, pat your shoulder.
Oh, now we have to go for Stenhouse. God damn it.
You're welcome, Sam. I made a decision for you.
I wasn't the one making the decision. I was just letting everybody know we were invited.
Oh, must come for the food at least. I hear that we're having a very strange salad.
Oh no, it's quinoa.
That sounds a little strange. In what way?
Creatures from Eden's Land in the Southlock. Traders brought some over for His Majesty's celebration, and, well, apparently some of the birds there, they're more plant-like than meat.
Most interesting.
I'm horrified.
It's the new chicken salad.
It's salad that tastes like chicken.
It's the new vegan craze.
Bear's gonna miss this so much.
Oh, then, is there anything else, or can I get back to my paperwork?
Yes, I'm sorry. I will let you get back to your paperwork.
Good man. And he's just going to close his eyes and lean back in his chair.
Are you sure again that you would not like on the slide a bit of help with magic?
Oh, she'll know.
That is fair. Unfortunate, but fair. I hope it doesn't affect you all day, so.
Yeah, he just sort of waves his hand in it'll be okay gesture.
Mm-hmm. And Jax will excuse himself politely and go back out.
Mm-hmm. You head on out, and the secretary sort of watches you actually come down the stairs and gives you sort of a quizzical look. Is he getting on okay?
He seems to be. He's still in the thick of it.
Yes, sure he is.
It makes you feel better he did turn down any offers of magic to help.
There's a sort of low, subdued chuckle as they seem to return to actual work.
Yes, my power over him is absolute. She thinks.
Okay, so calmly go and pick up his stuff.
Okay. Right, yep, you're able to retrieve your stuff easily enough.
Probably still having a conversation about it.
Actually, you come on through and they go, yeah, you're a scientist, right?
Yes.
So, is wood, like when it's not on a tree, like and they actually sort of point at the halberd one of them is holding, like the shaft there. Is that like a rock?
It is not. No, if you're debating whether or not it is, if you're debating whether it is organic or not, still, then it is still organic. It's just dead organic. In the case of my arm, it is still technically
Like chicken.
Exactly.
Chicken
Like
is still organic matter.
Yes, and even when it's dead, right?
Yes.
I told you, wood is organic. Oh, they should have another word for like not living.
Yes, they have that word. It's called dead.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes, and that is the word they
Like
use.
never been alive.
unorganic. Do it to him.
Yes, they have organic and inorganic at least the times, but inorganic refers to things such as rocks and about things that did not have life at any exist.
The one guard who has been arguing for the inorganic nature of wood just scowls a bit, while the other nods at you approvingly. I told him I did.
But like I said, if you're wondering in the case in relation to the arm, my arm is still technically alive for wood.
Does it itch?
Yes.
Ah.
It's a strange feeling.
What's it actually feel like?
It feels like, to the touch, it feels like stone with a slight scaly texture to it.
See,
and
stone.
It
feels like stone. It doesn't mean it's stone. Something can feel like something without being something. Yeah, but if it feels enough like something, it might as well be, right?
No, that is not how classifications work.
Right, are you going to get caught up in their debate?
Oh, great. You're going to get them in trouble again for being distracted at work.
I mean, this is his first time.
Historically, this group is always ruining their day.
Okay, considering how this is going, I think you're going to just be here for a little bit at the very least.
Yeah.
I
will be there for a little bit. Not like hurriedly making points, like trying to convince, but more so just
correcting.
giving pizza corrections
wrong with the
and
internet.
watching as it rolls.
Yeah, Goman and Durwood are just gonna get yelled at later today.
I mean, it's their own fault.
Ultimately, not exactly helping you in either case.
Rolling up to the the estate of Lord Harcount, Corvus, and Louis. You come there. You can see the windows all the more obvious now to you, Corvus, that you're here another it's another time, and you know the actual nature of the person. How all of these windows are blocked off, like there are either like heavy velvet curtains, or you swear a couple of them up top actually have like wardrobes in front of them.
Louisois, Lord Harcount, I don't know if it was ever explained to you, but he is a interesting individual.
No.
I appreciate the fact that the last time we saw Lord Harcount and it was told to us that he was a vampire, the majority of us didn't really know or acknowledge what a vampire was. We were like, look, we're not even in on that. We just want to know.
Guy, we have other business. We can't handle this stuff.
Yeah.
He has different mannerisms that would not be typical for a nobility, but he is striving to make himself appear less different. So don't take offense if something doesn't go exactly how you think it should. He is from the Kingdom of the Dead, was that right?
Yeah.
He
you know that he is from the land that became Hexenreich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
His papers
very
such
old.
predate.
Old. Yeah.
Remember,
Yeah.
he's not just a vampire. He's also part dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's also very old. So just bear that in mind as well.
Okay, so he's very old, so he must be senile, Louis.
But he still has his faculties about. He's had an extended life.
He's an eccentric old man.
But shall we?
Lead on.
All right. Is there a front guard at the gate, or is it just the door?
There is a open gate leading up into the estate, and there is a big wooden door with a big knocker on it.
We'll take the big old knocker and give it a nice hearty slam.
There's that sort of resounding funk, one of those style of knockers. And after a good 20 seconds, the door cracks open, and there's a butler there that you remember seeing, Corvus. Seems to be the same one. They sort of look at you, look at Louis Soir, and just go, Lord Adalas.
You did remember, so that's good. Sorry that not everyone has made it, but we were in the area. I wanted to check in on Lord Harcount to confer with him about plans that were originally made some time ago. If he's free and available.
Please follow me into the waiting room. You and your companion.
This is
Louis Soir,
Louis.
yes?
Yes.
He
That
is
actually gets an eyebrow from Louis.
He is a
Please.
new member of our group.
Yes. Please. And he actually just sort of gestures you both to step in.
Chorus will nod to Louis and head on in.
I will follow.
Right. He closes the door behind you both and then leads you into a little pleasant waiting room. He pauses briefly as he sort of gestures for you both to sit down and goes, would you like refreshments, or would you like me to head to the Lord Harcount directly?
There's no hurry.
I shall fetch you some tea then, perhaps?
That would be splendid. Louis? Tea?
I'm fine.
And
No,
right.
just 8. I'm good.
He bows his head slightly, which this is very slight, Louis. You're used to the courtship of your homeland.
This is like not.
This is a butler barely acknowledging the fact that there is a lord here.
I wish they wouldn't do that.
He heads out of the room, and you're just left listening to a subtle of a great big clock set against the wall.
Just
You realize
relaxes.
that you're in the kill room prepared by Corvus Adderlass, the original.
And
And Louis is in the noble's outfit right now.
okay. Shortly after, a maid appears, dressed in rather old-style maid clothing. It's actually a bit reminiscent of Norinese style. In fact, their sort of fashion for this sort of thing hasn't changed as much as the Brassian fashion.
French maid.
Yeah. And she actually just brings in a tray set with a pot of tea and a couple of cups. Pours for you, Corvus, and then sort of lifts up the pot, looking to you, Louis.
Louis will wave her off. No, thank you.
She just,
Louis is shaking his head disapprovingly. It's only cosplay when she wears it.
she sets the pot down, gives us a small curtsy, and then backs out of the room. And you're left sitting there for a good 15 minutes.
The power of nobles to make you wait.
power of nobles that just went to bed.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep.
After 15 minutes, which you can get up and wander around the room if you want, inspect things. There's just bookshelves in here.
Walk around with his teeth.
There's bookshelves with some interesting books. It does seem to be mostly literature of the story variety. Nothing fantastical, just rather plain Jane stories. Which, go ahead and give me an investigate check if you're wandering around.
Biographies.
You didn't know this of me, Louis, but my father had a very large collection of books. I think there may be a few of these that I reckon.
Oh, incredibly well read was he then?
He was in his early life. It's the only thing we kept with the family when we went to Tarnstead. He really adored his book. They were the answers to all his questions and also the stories of his own worlds and fantasies.
Well, books do have the ability to tantalize the mind.
Of tantalizing mind, Corvus, just picking up a couple of books and sort of flicking through them idly as you do. You start to realize what these might actually be for. These are rather modern, and they're just stories of, hey, this nobleman's in this sort of plot. Here's the thing about this farmer and his woes, and you realize it's
textbooks for Lord Harcount.
Textbooks for Lord Harcount, basically how to behave in the modern era.
Yeah.
What's it like outside, right?
Uh-huh. How do I be a modern person?
This is... It's good.
Purely educational.
And after 15 minutes, the butler reappears and just goes, "The Lord Harcount will see you now. And please follow me."
Psycho. Still walking with his teacup.
I must ask that you leave your tea behind, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Precious books in the study.
Right, that is right.
And
man, he's had to rouse his 6 mages, because remember he has like a platoon of mages that guard him when we meet with him.
And yeah, he leads you to the study, which leading you in, Louis. What is your passive perception, please?
Let me open that real quick.
I almost forgot about that about Harcount. He always has like 1 million bodyguards and shit like that at all times already.
18.
I'm kind of curious what happened now if I showed up.
Louis, this nobleman just seems to be here sitting at his desk alone. He looks well dressed, but you've seen enough noblemen in a hurry to get dressed. There's a slight misplacement and such. It's clearly he's just put this outfit on. It's not nearly wrinkled enough. It actually looks too clean, fresh. Corvus, you don't even have to try to see this. You can see there is about 4 mages in here under invisibility, just sort of posted around the room. Which their eyes train on you, and you get that feeling that they are aware of your ability to see them.
He doesn't acknowledge seeing them, though. He understands what it's supposed to be.
And the Lord Harcount sort of gestures to the front of his desk where 2 rather plush chairs are already sat, and just goes, "Guten Morgen, Lord Adelas, and bonjour to you, Mr. Louis Soir. How would you like to be addressed?"
Bonjour. I'm simply Louis Soir.
Corvus will bow.
Please, Mr. Atlas, there is no need for such displays of respect. You have provided more than enough to simply come and sit in my company.
I'm just very appreciative, Lord Harkount. Chorus would take a seat. I do apologize for the hour of our arrival, but we were in town and I wanted to get to you before we headed off to Hexenreich. We will be there for quite some time.
Oh, finding yourself in yearning to return to the ancestral homeland and do some good there in its current abysmal state.
That is our goal, but there are other goals to go to as well. We will be headed to the land of the dead as well. Kingdom as the dead, actually, I guess.
Well, kingdom is a little bit of a misnomer given to it by those of the other nations that don't understand its inner workings.
And that's one of the points that I wanted to bring up, is that is there any helpful information that you can provide on that matter?
Perhaps, but very little in the modern regard, I'm afraid.
That's
My
fair.
kind aren't exactly welcome there, you see. And I only saw its early days.
Yes, you've been here for quite some time. That does then go to the second portion of my visit, is the arrangements that we made involving some items that you mentioned may attract a dragon.
He raises an eyebrow quizzically. Yes, I hope you haven't lost it.
Okay, this may be me as player. Did he give it to us already?
No.
As player, nope.
Okay,
Remember,
wasn't
there's two
sure.
of you.
Yeah.
The other one knew about this.
Huh?
I said your other you would have known about this. Your other you stole the Bardo.
Do expect it back after all is said and done.
Of course. We will likely be moving it to a different location, away from civilization, so it will be transported.
Are you taking it with you to Hexenreich?
No, not at all. At least I don't believe we are. Haven't gone over the whole plan yet. But we want to go to a place where there are no civilization, there are no people to threaten, even if we do evacuate the city and stuff. So, you can roll it insight on Corvus.
Why don't you roll a deception, because that would be
Yeah, that too.
You're lying.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is on you. You have to deceive.
I know. Well, I was also saying that to Louis too.
Well, that's why you roll the deception. You just roll an insight.
You can insight on Corvus if you want, Louis.
Nope, he's telling the truth as far as I know.
Harkount might know something.
I don't know him well enough to
Actually, it's a pretty good deception roll, so who knows?
Yeah, I need an insight from you, Corvus.
Okay.
Oh. Uh-oh. Wow.
Lord Harkount just sort of nods and goes, well, if all things are in order, then what exactly is the business regarding our prior arrangement that you wish to discuss?
He has you.
Corvus sits back in his chair.
I was wondering if I could borrow this book.
I
Yes,
am
this one.
not some young fool, Mr. Adderless, not in either regard of the word. I am neither young nor...
Corvus just shuts his eyes and acknowledges the defeat. That honestly had slipped my mind until you brought that up. That's going to complicate matters.
Then please, Mr. Adlerless, I would wish for you to elaborate greatly on why this is a complicated matter and exactly why you seemed so caught off guard.
There was something that happened some time ago after arrangement was made with the party. Where myself became two. And it seems that what you have given to our group was under the wrong pretense of the individual, a other version of myself.
Basically, the group never got it.
We never received your item. Your item was taken by a version of myself.
So that lovely little homely carriage of yours that rolled up and you stepped out of to carry off the requested item to safety is not in your hands.
We reported that thing stolen, actually, in multiple different districts.
We did make word of its disappearance, and I had thought that word got to you about it as well. I say that did not happen.
He taps his long nails on his desk. So what are you going to be doing about this?
Well, it's going to hasten what needs to have happened for quite some time is to deal with the other version. Is to deal with the other version of me. Sorry, I cut out there, I think. And
would you
need to tell
do me
to recover his item.
a kind favor?
Please.
Put your hand out. And don't flinch.
Gonna mark you?
Corvus puts his hand out.
Alright. He takes your wrist under your hand, so he's sort of holding your hand palm up by your wrist with his left hand. And Corvus, that grasp is unnatural. It is steely. It's not squeezing you, but it doesn't budge.
Yeah.
And he simply starts to draw lines on your palm of your hand with his other hand, the long, sharp nail digging into your palm. And while you don't recognize it, you can see that he's clearly starting to carve a sigil into your flesh. Did you let him do it?
Yeah.
Right, once he is done, he just says a couple of guttural vowels in Draconic, and there is a brief tingling sensation, a little burn as those little wounds seem to scab up, heal. And he sits back and just sort of looks off to one of the invisible mages here, which Louis just seems to look at a fucking wall.
Louis following his gaze.
He's going to the middle distance, watch out!
Ignore the one with the mark. Kill the other. My men will try and take care of this. Does not mean you should stop.
warning, though. If you go about it with magic, you may have considerable difficulties utilizing it. My other self has devised ways of negating magic and the use of it. And he has become very imaginative in his ways of manipulating others.
The Harcount glances back to that wall, and Corvus, you just see the mage there nod, as if understanding some sort of unspoken command. For the Harcount looks back at the both of you and goes, "Measures will be taken."
Marcus, warn them about Lady Gentle.
I will. There is another note of that matter. You recall the burning of the library?
Yes. A tragic loss of knowledge.
It was quite unfortunate. I had visited the dear Lady Gentle in her estate beforehand, and it seemed that my other had gotten to her first. She was being manipulated by him, by a parasite, the back of the nape of the neck.
Really, now?
Imaginative means.
And I thought you so limited in your imagination. I'm glad to see that you are broadening your horizons.
Well, when you separate two aspects of one person, things become a little clearer for each.
In that case, I believe our business here is done.
Agreed. My sincerest apologies on this matter.
You may apologize to me by seeing my item returned.
Of course, Lord Hark.
If you get it back, you may use it. If my men get it back, then it is clearly best trusted in my collection.
If it is, and you do get it back, just make sure you keep it hidden from the eyes of that dragon.
He's gonna drop it in Dulwood.
He licks his lips briefly and goes, "I can deal with dragons."
He does know it's the first dragon, right?
He does know it's the first dragon.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Right, well, we will see ourselves out.
No, you won't. And he just sort of clicks his head and fingers at the door, and the butler opens it up and sort of gestures for you to follow him.
Right, of course. Louis,
I'm
Hey.
actually going to turn back at Laura Arcount. It was good to meet you, sir.
A pleasure, I am sure. Please do return at a better hour, and I would like to make your acquaintance a little more in depth.
I do apologize. I didn't realize this was what he was speaking about when he stated that you were beyond my ken.
Being vague with your knowledge of me, good. Says to you, Corvus.
Yeah, he nods.
Still, Louis going to bow to him. You have a good rest, sir. And I'm going to turn and go, all right, let's go. Let's find your other half.
Okay.
I do believe
Yes.
something is in need.
The butler will lead you both out of the estate. He sort of bids you both a good day, gives that very, very shallow nod of his head in acknowledgement.
Oh no, I just realized when Gifton eventually has her god babies, it's gonna be, I would like to see the baby.
The baby, show it to me.
Show me the baby.
Excellent. How much?
Dodie. There is the sound of a door opening up in Raziel's room. You can hear it through the window, as Gifton, you step out into Raziel's room.
Oh, neat. Cool. Is he here?
Yeah, he's in bed. The sheets are like in that sort of tangled, disheveled sprawl as he is sort of splayed out in his bed. You can see that one of his arms is like over his face, like covering his eyes because there's a bit of light coming in through the window.
Oh, diddums. All right. I'm gonna go over and leading my my new cohort with me. Wave absently where I assume Rick Beale might be hiding, and then I'm just gonna carefully like pull some blankets around him better, and then slap him with a lesser restoration to get rid of the hangover he would feel otherwise.
You come in, and Rick Beale actually manifests himself when you enter, and he seems to be bobbing curiously, like as if his gaze is going between you and the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pointing at me and them and like nod. I made a copy. I'm mouthing.
Curious.
Yeah, it's using a spell called simul.
It is like me.
Is it?
It is of you, but lesser.
No, but you're smart.
This one is not smart.
No, they don't talk for themselves unless you tell them to.
I suppose a creature of snow is lesser than a creature of fire.
No, you made a snow person.
I think you're much more of a spark.
I am more than a spark.
Of course. You're way better. You're the full-on bonfire.
Rick Beale does not look like he knows how to process that. You hit Raziel.
You're more like, I don't know, like somebody's kid than what they are.
I see.
This is like a doll.
Oh, what are you two talking about?
I made you a present.
Raziel
you have to share it.
Seems unwilling to like move his arm off of his face, even though you've cured away the hangover. But he sort of slowly raises it up to his forehead, cracks open his eyes, and then just looks a little confused. His eyes flickering between you, and he just goes, "Trixie, what?"
She is here to help you.
Oh no, you've not done what Corvus did.
No, I guess simulacrum. Yeah, the ice thing.
Oh.
And I gave her my illusion from Zaha. That way it would not confuse people as much.
Smart. Where? Who took my clothes off?
I hung them up.
Okay.
You were gonna look really uncomfortable. So anyway, you, Care, and Razem can order her around to do things. I gave you permission through her. I look over her.
Razem.
Razem, yes. You know Razem, right?
Yes. What do you mean? Do I know Razem?
Okay, good. Just make sure you know who Razem is. Carrick also made one using other Gifton.
Doesn't he already have a you?
Yeah, but the me is made a copy of him. Because they can cast that crazy
God,
like word manipulating spell that you can do. She can do it like 3 times a day. Anyway,
there was a war fought over that kind of thing, you know.
That's why I trust you with it. All right, so anyway,
trust me.
Has a lot. What? So anyway, she has you know what I can do. Anyway, she has a lot of the knowledge and stuff that's needed to take care of the purple worms and things like that, and can fill you in on a whole bunch of things in case I'm not around to do it.
As you're talking, he's already getting up out of bed and going through his clothes.
And Tarek's made a copy of himself and has all the information from back when we were in past times Zaha, and we learned all that stuff about how to make the star metal do stuff. And so he's leaving a copy with Talia to help out with that in case we want to, leverage having Razem and Care make something out of the star metal.
Okay, that's good thinking.
And I was going to trust you with, making sure if you want to make sure anything's going on, you can.
Trusting me. That's a little folly there, isn't it? And he sort of looks over you, winks before holding up his uniform jacket and going, I don't wear this anymore, do I?
No, you don't.
And he just tosses it aside onto the floor and walks over to his wardrobe in here, which he opens up and scratches his head.
They're all military jackets.
Pretty much, except for the one outfit I made him.
Well,
hot bitch.
this it is then.
T-shirt.
And he's actually going to pull out the outfit you made him.
Gifton's silently glowing. Yay. He's finally
you
gonna
are.
wear
You're
it.
pregnant with gods.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna go. Well, anyway, we were warned in the Fae that teleporting in and out of Hexenreich is like really hard, if not impossible, sometimes.
Yes, they do use coded wards along their borders, and well, even if you know how to get past those, which he says with a sly smile, the magical nature there, the saturation, the ambient, he sort of gestures around him, a little wibbly.
Yeah, so we're not gonna be guaranteed able to come back all the time.
No.
And there's entirely a lot that needs to get done.
Yes, it's likely going to be a rather long trip.
Yeah.
I suppose you could ask for Dadriel's help in an emergency, but
that's even not guaranteed. I don't even know if he could get over there still with everything going on.
Oh, not really teleportation of any sort, but just very fast.
I remember you being very fast.
He is very
fast. Fastest. You are very fast.
I was.
You still are.
Do you know how little running I've actually done in the last 5-6 years?
I would claim that every stride that you would take would be 50 of mine.
I'm not going to touch that, and he's going to sort of come over and put an arm around your shoulders. But I have been giving some thought to what I'm going to do. I should come with you.
You come on the airship?
I'm useless here. I have magical aptitude, more than they're aware of. He sort of gestures vaguely to the building, and he's not actually pointing in the direction that the military compound would be, but you think that's the general idea. I could be useful. I could do things.
I mean, you already know things about Hexenreich that I didn't know.
Unless I'm supposed to work on this metal stuff.
You don't have to. I mean, like, we can...
I mean, that's useful.
I mean, it would be really useful because we don't even...
I'm going to be honest.
Have anything started on it.
I think I'm freaking out a little bit.
Well, I mean, on the one hand, we have gifts and counts like a month and a half to get stuff ready for fighting the dragon. I don't know how long it takes to make the magic forge. I just know that it was a magic forge, and Carrick and Shaxan were mostly the ones that learned how to make it. And if they're on the airship, I mean, we could always just have fake Carrick, I guess.
Shaxan has a simulacra, right?
Yeah.
I want a little more law-breaking. Do you think he's given me permission to make one of him?
Why do you want to go?
Wasn't there a war fought over this?
Let's see. With a copy of him and a copy of Carrick. That's the forge makers right there.
Yeah, and then we.
With my magical aptitude and know-how, I could help. Well, I suppose cameras them. They're good with tools. I just worry about the simulacra running out of magical, energy that's required.
Yeah, I didn't know what that would need to be like.
You'll likely need an actual living mage on standby.
I do like the idea of you coming on the airship, though.
Can't have me unless you make a simulacra of me, which no. And
Yeah,
Wars. I shouldn't even be making
this.
another one of Shaxton. Well, it is plans like this. I'm pretty sure this is how it sounded with the justifications at first. And the next thing you know, you have a legion.
You know, I was thinking about it. If every day, if poor Trixie, she made a copy of me, and that copy made a copy of me, it would be really bad.
Yes, that would be very, 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 very bad, and you should not do that.
She's gonna make an
That
underground
is
bunker.
literally what wars are fought over.
We're gonna make an underground bunker. Do this until the first appears, and then just throw all the sim.
Now, when you say that would be very, very bad, do you mean that in the way that we're not doing it, or in the way that
I mean that in the
I'm
way
just not
that
telling you about it.
the last time it happened here, the Beressian government dealt with it. It was a very violent and bloody war. Not good. Scarred the land. There's missing places that, well, the entire network. The time before that, Morgani sent angels.
Okay, so we're not touching that, okay? So, anyway, there's a copy already of Carrick and a copy of me here who's ready to help you if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, I'm sure we could find somebody else to do that if you would like to come give your expertise in Hexenright. It's really just which one you want to do. I mean, because technically I think Carrick can make magic, right?
Yes, but it's very little that I gave him.
He does quite a bit with it.
Listen, blasting people might seem like it's very powerful, potent, clever magic. But no.
Proper term is kill stealing.
And at this point, Carrick is actually going to come through the door. Wait, what?
This is my copy. So, all right,
why is there a door
for you?
No,
Have you just made a door to come into my home?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Anyway,
I can't argue with a fae.
Judging by what it is, it wasn't her, but
I should put some pants on. Well, sorry, Carrick.
yes, please put pants on.
he was getting dressed. All right, so take a moment to figure out what you want to do. Take the day to figure it out. But we're gonna make arrangements either way because the baby purple worms are gonna hatch any day.
No.
I don't think you want to have to deal with that.
As much as I relish the thought of coming on a grand adventure with my sister and her friends, I...
You do?
Of course.
Really?
Yes.
Then come on the adventure with us. We'll make the forge on the fly. We can do it on the airship.
There's more knowledge than might in me now. I am shadow of my former self. But I've still got things up here.
You are enough might that it doesn't matter. What do you? Come on, you're amazing.
No, I am a strong wizard, but that is about it.
You are, and a strong wizard is still amazing.
Yes, Mrs. wishes to cast prestidigitation.
Hey, that's a really hard spell that I can't do otherwise.
Her doing that, I don't think we can count.
Says Mr. Dragon, who is also an incredibly capable sorcerer.
Also, you are a freaking archangel.
I am a human.
You are a archangel, and you are going to be an archangel again.
No, I'm going to be an archdemon, potentially.
No, you're not.
I'll change it with the batteries removed.
I'm so glad he's not here.
I don't know if putting me into combative situations is going to be a good idea.
To be fair, we're
Alright.
doing it with the rest of the crew.
If you truly
No,
wish for me to come, I will come. You know, I will do as you ask, but I think I will slow you all down at this rate.
I don't think you'd slow us all down. Everything you can do can contribute, but
I suppose I
It
could make a
would be-
simulacra of myself and be in two places at once.
there you go. Now you're thinking.
It's just break all of the laws. It's
Hey, the rules are there for really annoying reasons.
oh,
as far
and
as I
we're
can
going
tell.
to a place where the land is up for grabs.
Yeah. Make you a lord.
Yes, Lord. No, I wish to be an emperor.
Oh, Emperor Raziel. Nice.
No, Emperor James.
Emperor James.
Emperor James?
Yes, James Raziel, Emperor Extraordinaire.
My king. I will go to a knee. Put some pants on.
Listen, it's very hard to put pants on while talking to people.
You have obviously not spent enough time talking to people or putting pants on.
And he is getting finished getting dressed.
All right. I'm going to go. Well, I'm leaving Trixie in your care. Again, she can take orders from other people. Carrick has his simulacrum with his wife.
This is all kinds of strange. I hope you both realize that.
He is getting points instead of me right now, I guess.
Listen, I'm trying to be clever like my brother, because my brother, I don't know if you've met him, but he's fucking brilliant. He's handsome, he's brilliant, he's powerful, he's the whole fucking package, and standing in his shadow is the hardest thing sometimes, and I'm trying to keep up.
I've heard that all of his plans came to naught and he got his wings ripped off, so maybe don't take him as a good example of how to be clever.
I mean,
I think actually all of his plans have been coming up pretty great. Maybe not in the ways he meant, but I mean, the most wonderful woman in the world that he loves is back alive, which he didn't even think could happen.
He actually looks sad when you say that. Like there's a visible sort of falling of his shoulders.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's all working itself out, isn't it?
If nothing else, you're playing with us till there.
I mean,
We seem
if
to be
it makes you
going
feel any
well.
better, I actually do not know how to be around her right now.
Neither do I.
I mean, just it's very different, you know?
It's just another reminder of foolish plans and lack of foresight.
I mean, you were doing something no one had ever done before. It's not exactly like it was road that what anybody would know to travel, and you encountered there was a new god that got made. It's just an entire series of events and catalysts going off that you couldn't have foreseen at all. You did amazing. You are doing amazing. Your plan is still going. You're saving the world.
You know what I think?
What?
Most of my plans, not great, but you have all made something from them. That is what I should have always stuck to being. Was a muse. That doesn't mean I create something grand and complex. It means I'm fire. I give the little spark. I overreached. But we can all learn from our mistakes.
Gifton's gonna look like she's wibbling a little bit, and just give him a big hug. It would be much better if you had pants on.
He hugged me back. He has pants on finally.
He has pants on. I'm gonna go. You inspire me with everything that you do. So
I am a great muse.
You are pretty amazing. All right, well,
She keeps staring at me and I don't like it. He says, looking over at Trixie.
Trixie,
Those hot.
Yes,
what are you thinking?
that is Raziel.
Yes. Why are you looking at Raziel so?
I am to obey his orders.
You are. Act more naturally around Raziel.
There is a brief pause before the simulacra suddenly goes, Raz! And gives him this great big hug.
Oh, I don't like
you
this.
see Raz's arms just go straight up like, oh no, what?
What have you done?
Gifton doesn't like it when she sees herself.
Huh. Well, apparently that's hardwired. Cool. I have a creepy message from Corvus that I just got.
How is my brother doing? You could come see the kids, or, you should move in next door. You could come live with us for a bit. Yeah.
Oh god, there's two of them now.
Perfect. Trixie, you should take Raziel home.
Yeah, let's go home. Come on. And she is going to take his arm and start putting him towards the door. Which Raz looks very alarmed. He's sort of glancing back at you, and Carrot going, I don't like what is happening. What I don't
If you want it to stop, you know how to do it.
Trixie, let go. Stop. And she does. She pauses and puts on a gift and wibble face.
Oh, that's amazing.
By the gods.
I guess it does actually have all my memories and kind of thoughts, huh?
Yes, when told to act natural, they will do so best based on the memories of how the person they are copied from acts and behaves around certain people. They're not very good at adapting. They meet somebody, they will act as if how you would act with a stranger. That's how she will act, no matter how long she's around that person and how familiar she becomes with them.
Huh. She's going to be really great around Louis Soir. Anyway, Corvus said apparently he has an issue and that we all need to talk at the Hound and the Hydra. Did you want to come in on that, or did you want that surprise to come up later?
You know what? They serve drink, so sure, I will come along.
All right. Trixie, well, we are out and about.
Yes?
Just continue as you have been. I'm going to smile. Actually, Trixie, could you wait here at this house until Raziel returns?
Yes.
Thank you. Keep Rick Beale company.
Rick Beale!
Mechanical turn to Rick Beale.
No, open the front door.
Rick Beale vanishes out of existence.
Coward.
Okay. Right. The three of you are able to start making your way towards the Hound and the Hydra.
Do we run into Telde, who's at the
yeah, outside. Telde, I think you could have overheard most of this, by the way.
Possible.
Yeah. The door opens, and are you standing like in front of it? What's your setup? Is it the same as last time?
Directly in front of it, yes.
Yeah, okay. Christian, you open up the door, and there is Telde basically blocking the doorway.
Someone made a simulacrum of Telde.
Oh no, please stop making simulacrums.
Greetings.
Can't tell.
I can't either.
And won't they just be cold if you touch them? Wait.
No, they're made of
sunny out.
ice and such, but they take on fleshy facsimile, and it's quite advanced magic, you know.
I am indeed created from rather advanced magic.
I had a message from Corvus. I'm gonna send a message back because I hadn't yet. But I'm just letting everybody know I have a message from Corvus. I'm gonna send a message back to Corvus. Okay, I'm bringing everybody I have with me, which is I guess everyone but Louis and Shax. And then I'm gonna start walking to the Hound and the Hydra. We're supposed to see Corvus at the Hound and the Hydra. What's the Princess Party? We're supposed to be going to that.
Oh, that should start around 6, 7.
Oh, good. We got time then. Luckily, I made a nice dress this year.
It always strikes me as a little bit of an irony that the big party or the meet and greet is quite late in the day for the prince. Well, he doesn't really make a show himself, so more a celebration excuse.
Yeah, he showed up a little bit last year, but
Just
yeah.
a little bit.
He's getting older. Maybe he'll start getting to stay up later.
Yes, probably. Passing span of time. Aging, gonna have to do. Yes.
Are you gonna be doing that?
Yes, I believe I will.
Huh. You know, we could dunk you in some magic water and get you the reverse.
I'm quite content with this age.
Alright.
It took a while to get here, you know.
So I think what he's saying is in a couple of years.
Right.
He does look distinguished with gray hair.
I would indeed.
Tilde, just so you know, I've made arrangements, since we're going to be heading to Hexenreich, to leave a simulacrum. Oh.
God's father I was bored.
Yeah, maybe, well, why would that mean anything? You didn't say a lot of swears, right?
He's gonna give you a look as if he's trying to figure out where this train of logic's coming from, whether it's a joke.
Well, you only lose all your hair if you say a lot of swears.
Wow. And who taught you that?
Oh, I heard it in the tavern.
Ah.
I was told that it was due to the large amount of stress that it is caused by their children.
Stress does help. Well, not help, but you know what I mean. But, you see, it tends to run in a family as well.
Brownies never have bald heads.
No, you're quite blessed in that way.
It's because we don't swear as much.
Oh, fuck.
That probably, according to her, does not help.
Why did you say that?
Just felt like trying it out.
I'm going to
appear to have the same amount of hair.
I'm going to pick at his shirt and go, look, a hair fell.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You arrive at the Hound and Hydra, where Shexton, you'll arrive at like a couple of minutes after them. Soon enough, the entirety of your group are gathered there. You're able to get a table. Raziel goes, I'll get the drinks.
Is it weird that he's getting the drinks?
No.
I'll wave at Sigrid, the dwarven queen of my heart.
And Sigrid gives you a sort of hearty wave back with a cloth she's cleaning the bar with.
Oh, so what is it, Corvus? We were just making arrangements with the general. Well, I mean, forward general.
That's good. Tried to make arrangements with Lord Harcount, but it appears that my other had already done so. They have the item that will draw the first dragon.
Blink,
And
blink,
apparently
blink.
a very nice carriage.
Wait, you decided to go get the item without us? And then you found out that you decided to go get the item without us?
It seems that you two both think along similar lines.
I was going to make arrangements to have the item delivered to us down in Beacon, so we could take it to a location where it is deemed safe to hit the first dragon to arrive. It has appeared that my other self had already done so, and has the item, and has taken the item, and Harcount is like well, you better get the item, or I'm going to get it myself.
He is probably right pissed.
He is very pissed. It was quite terrifying. Also, this is me. He holds up his palm. This is your Corvus.
Is there a mark there or anything that we can see?
Yeah, you can see what looks like the sort of the white scarring lines that you get.
I tilt my head. No, my Corvus doesn't have that. How do I know you're my Corvus?
Is it just random? Does it just look like random marks at this point?
It looks like Arcane, just not a form that you're quite familiar with. Although you can do me an Arcana check if you would so please.
Lord Harkount scribed this into my palm after...
yes, you can.
No, look over to Louis Swat. Louis Swat, did you see this happen?
Yes, I also heard that the Lord went, find the one without the mark and kill him. But
so Lord Harkount's going to try to kill the other one and get his item back, or we will get the item back and we can still use it. But if he gets it back, we can't use it.
All right,
so
what is...
I don't know. He didn't...
You do know that, like, Corvus had, like, items and stuff like that made it so we couldn't scry on him and stuff, right?
Yep.
Shexton, this looks like... This is like what Nordic runes are to the English language. This is Proto-Draconic Arcana.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't bothered to try. So I haven't bothered to try to scry on myself because I knew it would be pointless.
And you
can't scry on items, so I can't look for the Vardo.
I scried for the inside of the Vardo. That's what I did last time, and it kind of worked, but it was dark outside.
It was probably in the empty.
Yeah. Well,
or somewhere where I have kept it hidden.
Why didn't you ask what the item looked like so we know when we find it?
Okay, I'm not that...
Corvus, if she used out the scry it, the Vardo could not have been in the empty. So that's why inherently will not let you cross planes.
I am still learning. So.
Well, magic is really complicated. Anyway, so we don't know
I am told that these are the strongest they have on tap, and Razel's going to sit down with all of you, bringing over a tray of mugs.
Is this the hair of the dog that I've heard about?
I don't know, but it does not smell particularly good, so perhaps.
My hero.
I am indeed. And, bottoms up. And Raz is going to start drinking.
I'm gonna hold my drink and dream about it for a minute. 'Cause I know what I'm like when I'm drunk.
We have seen something that's a little different than scrying. Well,
James, you know how to scry for something that has been stolen?
Yes?
Alright. So, the Vardo was taken. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the magic item that attracts the deadly dragon that's coming was taken by other Corvus in the Vardo from Harkount. How would we track down said item?
Well, if it has some sort of anti-scrying wards, you might want to use more localized magic.
Like what?
There are other spells that sort of compassy, but they need to be within a certain radius of the object you're trying to seek. I can teach you.
That'd be great.
None of you are wizards.
Can you cast any of them?
Yes, I can.
I doubt that it's still in Winden. But it can't hurt to try before we leave, right?
Out of character, I have to say this. It's around the corner.
If you don't mind trying, that wouldn't be bad. I just don't know where we're going to look for it.
We have a month and a half before it arrives. Shorter amount of time.
Well, I have not prepared my spells today, so...
wants to find me and dispose of me.
I don't actually know if I'm really comfortable with angry other Corvus and you going head to head.
what I've been.
I look over at Corvus and look over at Raziel, and I go, "The gentlemen have a really bad history with you."
Yes, just
Actually, as I remember, they lost.
Yes, I count them something good, and he's actually holding a little crystal, and just seems to be focusing on it.
So, are we going to go to Hexenreich, go to the Kingdom of the Dead, do all this, or we're going to try to track down myself, track down the item before Lord Harcount does? Because I'm pretty sure Lord Harcount is not going to relinquish said item if he finds it first.
Kingdom of the Dead is the priority.
You do also understand that we're already on our way there.
Yeah, we already have the airship going.
Do we have any leads as to where
No.
you are?
We have no idea where Corvus is. This is the problem. Is we are literally starting at square one with no idea where he could be or where he is.
My focus.
We could do.
What do you use as a focus?
It's a little military issue wand.
We
Oh, you don't have one?
Something
Not
very risky.
On me. Oh, I think it was my uniform.
Oh.
What were you saying, Carrick?
Well,
Do you need any reagents?
Anyone got a crystal ball? Something?
I do. Yeah, here. I'll get my crystal ball out of my bag.
Shax will just calmly look around. Would you like to use my focus?
Sure. Yes.
Shax will calmly pull out and just plunk down Tinker's tools without even thinking.
I'm handling the crystal ball.
Ting, ting, ting.
He stares at the Tinker's tools, then he takes the crystal ball from Gifton.
Actually goes, oh, right, sorry, different magic.
Right, okay, yeah, this will do nicely. Right, and he just
I
starts.
have a silver mirror if you need that.
No. I just need to. And then he says a few magical words and stands up and starts turning about with the crystal ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's not within a mile.
All right, well, let's clear that.
So remember, we had to do something special to find Palya's mother.
Oh, yeah, the blood magic from Lucian.
We have blood. Looking over at Corvus.
I guess that's gotta put her heads in her hands. Why is it that when all of us were, she pulls out some various bits of paper, which by the way, she wants to check something. I've got that one letter, that one piece of paper that I wrote my original question on, and I have the smaller piece that we wrote all the little questions on. Did they go together?
Yes.
They reconnect?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just go, why is it when we asked all these questions to the dreamer, none of us asked where the hell is fake Corvus or real Corvus?
Do you want me to?
By the way, James, we're talking to the dreamer again.
Because no one thought it was important at the time, is my guess.
Yeah, we were all kind of focused on other things.
I don't have anything. I mean, my grandmother might know other ways that might not be blocked like modern magic is. But I would prefer not to bring into this if we can avoid it.
Blood magic isn't the worst idea. I mean, it's a terrible idea, but it's not the worst idea.
Had you... I don't know if the report was made to the military, since it was using a military safe room on exactly what happened.
If it was, I never read it.
Did I recognize it as being something similar to what the empty was looking like? I can't remember. To the GM. The crystalline thing, or was that? I can't remember if that was actually something.
It was just a weird representation. It used the blood to make a holodeck thing. It wasn't that you really, you couldn't really make out the place anywhere because
you couldn't make out.
No. The corruption part of it.
It didn't really resemble anything.
I'm going to kind of describe what happened because I don't. I don't know if that's because it
I think
was
we've talked about this
contacting-
before.
Yeah, we have.
Again,
know if
it's a lot like the structures that were in northern Iran.
So I don't know if it's because of who it was directed at and the whole connection directly to the firsts and everything going on, or if it's because of everything going on in general.
We may have the ability to find Corvus.
Oh.
I'm a copy. I
Where would you
have
hide?
right many places, but I'm a copy.
But literally many places. You would. What first comes to mind? Just start making the list.
Okay, I can do that as well. But Corvus has the Azov eyes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can use the Azov to find Corvus.
How...
We have no way to get a hold of the
How do you
Azov.
tend to find it?
Well, I was hoping to think of a way at some point, and
You could go into the Gentleman's Stronghold and retrieve some of their documents on how to get hold of it.
when I have been there, so I can get back there. And I have this. He pulls out the golden leaf.
And I have this, and I pull out my purple leaf.
This is what, a bit of filigree that fell off of something?
This was a
from
thing from the Fey Wanderer or whatever merchant that says it would lead me to what I
Your
desire.
heart's desire. Yeah.
Heart's desire.
I do not think that's something you have much control of, Rich.
Yes. What is your heart's desire? Most people don't know.
I honestly couldn't tell you, but if I had to focus on one thing, it would be to ally myself with the Azov.
That is different from your heart's desire. Your heart's desire is the thing you want most in this world.
Your heart's desire would be further from that. Then it would be you want to defeat the other Corvus. Why do you want to defeat the other Corvus? Because you want to get the thing. Because you want to get the thing. You're trying to stop the first dragons. Because you're first dragons. You're trying to stop whatever else. It's going to be nested.
I mean, with someone
goals?
like you, Corvus, it's likely to be something nebulous. Like, I want to have order and calm. Like, what do you actually truly desire? You're looking at means to an end, but what does it all boil down to? Some people are just leading to the next drink or some cake or...
I hope it's not to the next drink.
Speaking of, Carrick's actually going to take a drink.
But
I was stir
I like
a long time.
I like where you are going with that, James. That may be something to look into then. Something actually to do. It's something that I've been wanting to do for ages. Now there's an actual reason to do it, other than my vague curiosities.
Well, I mean, we're probably... I don't know how far out the ship is from Hexenreich. We're probably within a distance where we could probably still go on and off the ship for a bit, I think. Before we're probably not going to be able to do much teleporting anymore.
It's for a little bit of time.
Yeah, so we can...
We're on it before it hits the barrier.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And-
Well, the Feywild went weird with the empty. I don't know if Hexenreich has similar things.
Does anyone know how far the barrier extends?
What, the Pexamite barrier? Yes.
Yes.
Look over at Raz.
It's a little off of their shoreline, perhaps half a mile out.
Can we just tell the airship to stay off the coast?
Oh, yeah.
If need be?
Carrick and Checkman. The creation of the Arcane Forge. I look over at Checkman and go, Carrick and I kind of made extra simulacrums of either of us because we were thinking that we might need to start working on that while we're out.
You make...
Do we need to have somebody who can actively be casting fresh magic every day on that forge project?
You do.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know because that is something we're gonna need to figure out because those purple worm eggs are gonna hatch any day now,
to the
and
GM.
then everything else is gonna happen.
In theory, your husband should have magic capable of doing that.
What's your question?
How strong does the magic have to be?
It doesn't actually have to be too strong, but it is learned spell work. It is, it's not something a sorcerer could pull off. It is not something a warlock could pull off. It is knowledge based.
Yep, I had a feeling I was artificer wizard.
Yeah, artificer wizard, learned spellcaster essentially.
See, unfortunately, I am out of the running for that job, anyways.
And you wouldn't want to burn your accurate spell work out either, would you?
If it got the stuff done, it would be useful, but it needs to be more learned magic than what I do, or even probably what Care does.
A lot of the problem is, it was going to ask permission to make a copy of you, Shaxon. It would be good to have both of the. We're going to call you Forge Masters. I like that ring of that.
We would need to acquire him a set of armor so that he can gain functional limb work, because it is had to it's the other one as well.
Yes.
But that is not a large hurdle to get over.
Wait, the woody bits. Did you make him before or after you got those?
After, so I do not copy.
Same.
He immediately says lame.
He does, unfortunately, yes.
I think that's a deliberate thing that should have copied over. So everyone's done that on purpose.
I would not be surprised, but honestly, it's not something that should be a large concern, given that as long as you can get a suit of armor to attune to, you should be able to create limbs that have a limb that has the advantage.
Suit of armor, probably not, but we can get him some decent prosthetics at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say I can use my military contacts, but...
Speaking of which, you are already on me and Care's bank account, as I recall, because we had you drawing money for hiring adventurers.
That is true.
So, feel free.
Right, okay.
I was going to say, and it does not have to be an expensive suit of armor by any means. Just
you use our fortune as need be.
But to that end, you still need a proper spellcaster. I mean, the Shaxon Simulacra would be capable of it, but would run dry.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to be coming with you, you'll need to hire another one.
Hey, out of character, my ability to put a spell up to level 2 into an item and cast it up to my intelligence modifier
would not.
Plus this one.
It's going to have to be direct interaction with the object, not object to object.
Okay, figured it was worth an ask to see if that would be able to be a circumvent.
We could try to hire Lucian onto this.
The one that just came up in the subject of casting blood magic.
Yes, okay. The one that's very irresponsible. I'm suggesting that we get a very irresponsible mage onto the project.
Screw it, why not?
They are the ones we have best access to.
He also would not be prone to give up the ghost, as it were.
Well, I would rather have a trustworthy, reckless person than someone else, and he's going to smile at you all when he says that.
And I believe he would relish the idea of working on something like this.
I think he would. And he was a proper wizard, and he's really interested in studies. I don't...
How powerful a spellcaster is he?
Well, I nearly brought down a whole castle blood magic, so...
His blood magic tends to fuel itself. It's not a mark on his ability.
I mean, the other person we could possibly tap would be Garumph, the mage here in Winden. I don't know very many mages.
I mean, logistically, Lucian should be powerful enough. It's not like much power.
I do not.
He fought reasonably. He fought reasonably well when we got attacked back in Dolvewood.
And every day they would be refreshed anyways. So.
There we go then.
Just
So-
as curiosity, would actually, I guess it'd be first an out of character question, or would I need to make a roll? Someone like, well, I don't know exactly how gifting cast spells, but I'm guessing cleric idea is with like Father Stone. Which
Clerical
I
magic
would
would
feel really
But I'm not out of
uncomfortable
character.
putting Father Stone on
No,
this.
I'm not bringing this idea, but I'm
out
trying
of
to figure
character.
out,
No,
like, what
cleric would not
okay.
work.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
the only reason I'm saying Lucian is because we have already clued in the House Capet about the coming of the first dragon, so they're already on board anyway.
Yes.
So getting Lucian in on this might not be bad for giving. I'm sure he'd like to safeguard Dolwood as much as he could.
Yes.
So why don't we get Lucian and we can make arrangements like that, and then Raz can come with us as much as he feels comfortable.
You know
On your
what?
ship?
As well,
Oh.
if you,
We have allies.
I was just thinking, Dolphwood's where the dragon's been summoned, right?
Yeah,
Well,
it was in the.
that's where the
Dolph-
original device was before I took it away and put
But
it
you
somewhere.
might. But you might also.
Raziel's just staring at you, Corvus.
Wait a second.
Before
What
also
if,
it was a time thing.
Anyway,
Maybe
what
that
if
time
that is-
has not changed.
Yeah, I was just say, what if that
Okay.
isn't a change? What if,
what if he's
Other
making sure it
Corvus.
happens?
well, out of character, wasn't that after the split
Nope.
that Corvus found out about that? Oh, okay.
No, it was
Okay.
before
Mhm.
the split. The
Okay.
split happened right before we left Winden
For
to go on break. No, for the break.
Oh, for the break. Yeah.
Yeah, because that Corvus wasn't involved with the star metal. That Corvus has no idea about star metal as far as we know. Only this Corvus does.
Unless it happened even earlier, since he had actually asked the dreamer.
No, but the split happened before that because that's when Cassie had the whole thing happen at the library. We know when the split happened. It's when Corvus and Cassie got stuck in the empty. Remember when they did the time travel with Lady Gentle?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the split happened.
If your other U's trying to keep things on track,
That might be where it's going. It might already be there. It could be at the King's Mercy for all we know right now.
as in there's the old adage of last place you look, right?
Yeah.
Under your nose.
Dovewood, then maybe we could check. We had to go to Dovewood anyway, so I can find the line where the old passage is to the.
So should we do that tonight, or I don't know. I know Stenhouse seemed like he was really wanting people around tomorrow night when he was talking about it, or tonight when he was talking about it.
He did talk to me when I went to see him earlier today and expressed that he hopes it would be there.
Can't let the old boy down. You can make a token appearance. It's not a bad idea to mooch about, make allies.
Mm.
I mean, we could check Dolphwood real quick right now.
Yeah, we could. Do you want to check Dolwood?
Yes, I think that is a good plan. How about you find us a tree?
All right, sounds good.
I'll pay up the tab. I'll meet you all outside.
Sounds
Okay.
All right.
He's gonna head off to the bar.
I have no reason to go to the party. I don't see the means for me to be present there. But if you all want to go,
I can totally see a reason for you to go.
To have a face that is a face that may kill people as well? No, that's a stupid idea.
What?
Are you heading out as he's talking, or are you staying here?
Yeah, or
We're headed out.
I'm over going. What do you mean? Have a face?
I despise he despises, I would still think, anything that has to do with nobility. I'm actually worried that I may show up there tonight.
What if you are there tonight and we don't know that you're there tonight and you're there tonight? Do you understand?
Yes.
That could be bad. Also, like, I mean, Stenhouse. I don't know. I see the need for allies. I see the need for knowledge. I see. I mean, what if because you don't go to the party tonight, you don't find out that you and I do the finger doodly bobs in the air has been talking to a whole bunch of people that were nobility that you didn't actually talk to.
As you're walking along talking, those of you that have a passive perception of over 15, immediately realize that something is odd. The hustle and bustle, the sound of the town, that just constant low murmuring in the city has ceased.
I can still hear those two prattling about.
Yep.
Okay, so
Are we
silence
distracted?
wasn't casted on us.
I'm distracted talking to Corvus.
Are we distracted, Corvus and Gifton?
No, if you have a passive perception over 15, you can notice.
He's looking around, standing up, and
Gifton?
poking his head outside.
We are outside.
You're already outside.
We're outside.
Oh, we're outside. I thought we were still
Looking
out.
about, you realize the street you are on is empty.
Oh
I'm
no.
going to put my hand to my hilt.
And there's a soft flutter of wings.
I'm reaching for pistol.
And behind you hear a voice just say, "Be not afraid."
That is usually not
Gonna turn
effective.
around.
Turning around, there is what is, frankly, a rather buxom angel. Standing behind you all, wearing long robes, very baggy sleeves, sort of blue and white. Just, putting your arms into the sleeve of the opposite, so they cross in front of you. She is wearing what looks like to be a necklace of silver that seems to have a stylized pair of horns on it, just hanging on her chest. She's got just brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, and she smiles at you all.
I'll give a low curtsy.
I'm gonna make a quick religion check. I'm guessing it's
Do not believe I've had the pleasure.
Yeah, go for it.
Gifton.
And who might you be?
Mairi, Becky.
Okay.
As a representative of Mairi. She tilts her head towards you in a sort of inclination of acknowledgement, and just goes, "I am Kiriel."
Very pleased to meet you, Kiriel.
I have come
so we have
to.
the pleasure.
I have come to you at the behest of the gods.
No.
You are to meet with them.
This is what we.
Corvus, don't have a fit in the middle of the street in front of the angel, please. I was smiling over.
She
At least
just
there are fewer people.
she just smiles softly and goes, "I'm used to children not wanting to do something. It's fine."
I need to fetch my brother.
Oh.
You're going. You said you're fetching us from behests of the gods.
The fallen one is not disallowed if you wish to bring him, but it was advised that perhaps he stay out of things.
Question. Does time still go on down here while we're up there?
She gives you a bemused look and goes, "Of course."
Okay. Of course.
I'm going to nod to her briefly, and I'll fetch my brother then, and I will go get Raziel.
She just steps aside and lets you sort of walk past. As you go back around a corner, Gifton, you notice like people seem to be heading towards that street that you turned into, and then drifting away as if they've forgotten something or hey,
Kind of.
business.
Mhm.
It's a very subtle little thing. It's very Fey, really.
Yeah,
Misdirection.
impressive.
And you see Raziel sort of scratching his head, looking around. And then you
Go
shot.
over and grab him by the hand.
Oh, there you are. I wasn't sure what direction you were all headed.
This way. Off to see the gods now.
I am
No,
gonna
I
do
know.
a little.
Have you had enough to drink? Because I wish I would have taken
I
mine
have
now.
not. No.
Oh, okay.
I am doing a little prayer.
All right, I'm gonna do a quick stop and do like a quick tidy of Raziel, make sure everything's nice and straight, and then like
There is
okay,
there
do
is
me,
a
do
little
me, do me.
There is a little ale actually spilled onto his shirt.
I'll clean that up.
You're gonna press that away.
Yeah, I'll clean her up a little bit. Now I'm gonna wipe it up with a hanky. That's what I'm
Okay.
doing.
He just like sort of tugs at your sleeves a little bit as if straightening things out before just going, look amazing.
All right, we've got this. All right, I'm gonna take his hand and walk back.
You guys round the corner.
I'll prayer to Hea to let her know that the angel has come to bring us up to the gods. So she
Is a surprise.
the daughter is already aware. She's waiting as well.
Sure. And Carrick's going to get rid of the wings. Carrick's going just an old half elf form.
All right, well, as soon as we get back. All right, well, I'm ready to go. Everybody else?
Shax will just look at his outfit for a second, calmly brush it for a second, and shift move it into being the military dress uniform. Yep, I am ready.
Thank you for your patience, Curiel.
Carrick
What it is like.
to the Dragner's self.
What was that, Tildy?
May I ask what it is like
The heavens?
to be in their presence?
It depends how they wish it to be. I believe for this you will be made aware of who and what they are, but beyond that, you are welcome guests. There will be no awe. Any of you are ready?
As ready as I can
Who's
be.
shifting over into full armor?
Take us away.
She actually scowls a little bit at you, Louis, and there is a motherly tutting as her wings furl out, and she sort of leans over to her side, sort of leaning left, without really kneeling down, and her wing sort of arches until the very tip of it touches down to the ground, and there is just a soft shimmer of light beneath her wing, as if she's making a sort of arch with it and her body.
Intriguing.
Are we to pass through that?
If you please.
Thank you very much. And I will lead Raziel with me.
As you lead Raziel, when he comes near her, she smiles softly at him and just reaches out and gives his forearm a squeeze.
Oh.
Step through. Make lively.
Shax will follow him through.
Okay.
And Carrick will step through also.
Yeah,
Wait.
I'll go through.
Louis,
Last time I wasn't allowed
Who is going to
because of the whole nothing.
Come along,
come
Carlos.
on. This position's not very comfortable. Please, come on.
Belly aches like a
Swaps.
child in front of the
Mhm.
fiery angel.
Right. Is that everyone through?
Yep.
So
Right. Okay.
What about Dingus?
Dingus
Dingus
rides
is
on
over Timothy.
Gislin's shoulder.
Okay.
Gifted and Dingus are ever presently together.
Yeah, that's true.
so that's Dingus is on. Carrick tried to get food.
Yeah.
Right. You all appear in what appears to be the alcove, the entryway of a frankly quite Baratheon style church. There's the familiar stonework, and it does feel very, very familiar. If anyone wants to try and pin it, just like straight int checks, please.
I'm not very
Cathedral in
smart.
Dogwood.
It's probably very much like the Talon temple that we're used to in Dulwood. I was to guess.
No, it's the little
Nope,
church.
I'm
that got
not smart.
I'm sick of these bumping mine to a 27.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not smart.
Gifton doesn't recognize this. One, two, who am I missing?
I'm getting my sheet.
Eric.
Just like.
No,
And
Carrick
Corvus.
rolled. And,
No,
and,
I enjoy below.
I
don't
fucking
care.
Alright, Gifton and Corvus do not recognize this. But the rest of you.
Really
Corvus
sad, 'cause I
is still
spent
just
so
so
much-
mad.
I spend more time at churches than anybody else.
This brings back unpleasant memories.
I knew it was going to be that church.
Watching
Oh,
a
I'm fine then.
very dear friend die.
Oh no, this isn't Dulwood. This is
This is
Cuthwaite.
This is
Cuthwaite.
Cuthwaite.
Yeah.
As you realise you are in the what looks like to be the Colthwaite Church, although it's missing iconography.
Oh, stained glass window.
Well, no, it's missing iconography. There is no deliberately Talon
Tomasu.
icons here,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but the layout.
This place means nothing to me.
Oh
They
great!
just took the.
So basically, to Carrick and Telday, this is like, this is a veiled threat.
I think I might have been in there briefly while I was in
Oh, yeah.
Cuthwaite, but
Yeah, you and I
it
are.
doesn't really
Mhm.
deal
Even
with
Telday.
For Carrick, it'd probably be worse.
Yeah,
Yeah, you two and Corvus.
Yeah,
As
I
you,
wonder if they're
as
doing
you-
this on purpose.
I'll say me and
quite
Corvus
on
failed the roll.
purpose.
I'm just saying him.
As Lucifer's there to greet you.
Lucifer,
Oh, Gifton, it's wonderful to see
great
you
to
again.
see you again.
Yes, Talon
Hope you're doing well.
insisted.
Well, they have good taste.
Okay.
Are you in trouble?
Me? Oh no. No. I volunteered here to be greeting, the honor guard and all that nonsense. But the structure, the place, that's a display.
It's weirdly familiar to me. I don't know why.
Fire, death of
You
both
do
a
not
child
want
and
to
then
remember.
your dear friend.
Yes.
Oh no!
Really?
I kind of blanked this place out.
Repression's a very good way to deal with things.
Ah,
Are they
This work-
attempting to draw ire against themselves?
I'm guessing they are.
Maybe.
Or then settle us.
The machinations of the gods above us all. Right now, I'm here to tell you that they will see you shortly. The whole waiting game.
Oh, are they pretending to be too busy to see us after they just summoned us here?
Exactly. You know how it works.
Okay.
Can we just walk in?
I would not
Damn it,
do
it's-
that.
Would you find it too familiar to have a hug?
Oh, please. And he opens up his arms.
Okay. I'll take a hug from him.
And he pats you on the back. And then he looks over to Raziel and just walks over and embraces him without asking. Raziel looks
It is very
awkward.
dry.
Arms to his side.
Oh, my brothers are hugging. I'm really happy about that.
Awkward sibling hug. Pat.
Yeah, pat. And then Lucifer just steps back, puts his arms on the top of Raziel's upper arms, and just goes, "Well, try not to fuck this up, brother."
Again.
Oh, hey, if anyone's gonna fuck this up, it's gonna be me.
No, you carry a lot of favour. It'll be very tricky for you. That should do. Go on in. Tell them I sent you in. And he just sort of gestures around the stone structure leading into the main area.
Bye, Lucifer.
Goodbye. Makes it sound very final, Gifton.
I'm gonna go see the firing squad. Bye.
Oh, they're lovely. You'll like them. Right.
That just makes it worse.
Lead Raziel in with.
Okay. You all walk in. And yes, this is definitely the Colthwaite Church of Talon. This grand structure, towering rooftop. Pews are here, but only to a certain extent. They stop far shorter than they would. Where the dais was before, is a large plinth with seats arranged on it. They're rather simple, actually. Just sturdy wooden seats, all backed. Clearly important, but not ostentatious. And there are...
We crossed that line a bit ago.
Yeah. There are 10 of them. Immediately, there is something in you that can identify each of these figures. You know who they are. There is something that's been projected.
It's a subtitle underneath each of them.
The little pop-up cards happen. Gifton, you've seen this kind of effect being done on someone recently. But you all feel it.
Several of them may have.
Because
I think we're all kind of there when that happened with Ilan. I'm doing the shy wave over at Ilan and Hea.
Yep, indeed. You see Ilan seated in very similar visage. Directly next to him is a man that looks quite like him. But you know this is Immor. Even without his marks of office beside him, there's just something about the man that speaks of death. Peaceful death, but death nonetheless. Directly next to Immor is a angel, a Morgani angel, just sitting in the seat, looking rather despondent, and immediately you can see a badge affixed to her chest. It's this gleaming symbol.
Kind of like what I wear.
This is hello, I will be your Morgani today.
Yep, basically. Next to her, who actually seems to like lean over and just whisper, almost comforting to her as you see the Morgani angel smile, is Mairi, who is much like her angel, buxom, well figured, very motherly looking. Seems to be of a dark skin. Has a sort of little red dot on her forehead. Her clothes are quite colourful. Not quite in the same fashion as Hevos's were, but colourful nonetheless.
And just as a reminder for me, this is Hea's mother.
This is Hea's mother, yes.
That is the mother.
Sitting beside her, of course, is Hevos, who you've all met before. His outfit... Yes, everyone but Corvus has met. This dark-skinned man wearing his own colourful clothes. Not of the exact same type that you saw last time. Just different patterns, different colours. Beside him is a almost Goliath-looking figure. Just from styling more than size or such, although each of these figures is imposing in themselves. He is wearing what looks like to be armour of mixed styles. You see a fan brace from one culture, a sort pauldron from another, the glowering form of Orlan looking at all of you like a raging storm just ready to unleash. Beside him, Talan, who just looks like to be a judge. Some of you have seen judges before. He seems
to judge, curly hair.
No. More based on outfit. There is a certain courtly attire one wears in that such a position.
I wish I was a hanging judge.
But he actually looks very typically Baratheon, even down to some red hair, which is very sort of tightly styled. Then there is the familiar masked figure, their mirror face reflecting each of you in turn, it feels like, of Miris, who actually just gives you all a little wave as you come in. And off to the side of Miris is Hea, who looks uncomfortable where she is, but seems to perk up a little bit when she sees all of you. And
Louis smiling brightly to her.
On the other side of Hea is a woman in... Yeah, you saw this. Some of you saw it, I can't remember who. Much like the Tamari angel you saw back in the past, she is wearing a very strange robe sort of crossed over. There is a large, almost ribbonish sash that ties around her waist, holding it closed.
Oh no, they put her next to Tamari. Hea hates Tamari. Who did the seat arrangement? This
And
is horrible.
it feels like Tamari's paying more attention to Hea than she is to the rest of you.
Mirrors totally did the seating.
Mirrors set the seating cards out. He chuckled behind his mask the whole time. I'm gonna do the wave to Hea and Ellen, and I'm gonna tilt my head and do a wave at Mirrors, and it's like more head tilt than anything
as you enter and see these figures, another familiar angel sort of walks up to you from their direction. The figure of Yomiel, who inclines his head towards each of you and sort of gestures you to follow him closer.
Going with.
Right. And he leads you down the center of this large chamber, up towards the gods, where he just sort of gestures for you to stand before them all. Introductions are not in order. They know who you are, and you know who they are.
Hi.
Hair waves, and the gods just seem to be staring at you all. And there's a moment of silence. Tense. Or the figure of Talan leans forward. So you're the famed lot.
That we are.
I think that we need to clear some things up. You have trespassed on our law, but severely. You know what you have done.
Gifton's actually getting a really quizzical look on her face, like, what the fuck did we do?
Yeah, Cor was like,
Guessing you're referring to freeing Hea.
Freeing Hea, indeed. And he glances over at that when he says it, and she looks a bit hurt, but he just sort of raises up his hand towards her and goes, which I am pleased for, but law is law. Not only that, but you have
your laws that you kept.
the only laws that matter.
I don't think any of us knew of such things.
Orvis.
Talon smiles and leans back in his chair. And Heather just shakes his head. As he actually stands up from his chair and goes, we talk about law, our law with them, and this one has the right of it. Our law is not always just, nor is it theirs. They freed my daughter, and for that I am thankful. So please, let us not be accusing them of what they may and may not have done, freeing her, consorting with Fallen. And he bows his head to Raziel in what looks like respect. Well, that might give them damnation. I don't think that is important right now.
With all due respect, I don't think I'd want to be in anyone's heaven.
Yeah, looks a little sad more.
With few exception. I think that's fine.
Eden actually smiles a little bit and goes, I'd hope so. My dear brother here, and Eden's actually standing up alongside Hevos. Speaks both better Talon and worse. You all here to help us, and some of us seem to be forgetting that. And he's actually going to glare back at the rest of them. You're quite aware that you'll hear about Morgani, I hope.
Yes.
Orlan's actually going to let out a disgusted little sigh and go, yes, threats and posturing. It was something I'm very familiar with, but let us get down to business right now. Morgani needs to die, and we cannot do it. You all, however, are very invested in this. You have amassed your own power. You are quite capable. And so we would task you. Imor, as he puts his hand up and goes, not that we have decided on death yet. That is one of the things that we will be discussing here with all of you.
We have been looking into a way to save Morgani.
Hevos actually nods approvingly and goes, see, I told you that they are a capable lot. They freed my daughter from something that should not have been possible to free her
Because
from.
we shouldn't need permission of the gods to do the right thing.
Hevos pauses in his speech. There is actually a flash of fury in his face, as if, he is not used to being interrupted.
Mm-hmm.
And you see his fist clench.
Off on a side, have we discussed it, or has it been told to us, this is maybe me forgetting, why Morgana needs to die?
She's driving all of her people insane.
Besides,
and she's attacking all the other heavens and the other gods.
Okay, so it's her direct actions of what's been happening.
She is an extreme threat and does not seem to be.
It's the first they're driving it. But yes.
I apologize, Great Hevos. I do not mean to interrupt, but I do not appreciate the insult of our choices that was made by others when we came in. My apologies.
Hevos, you see his jaw shifting a little bit. Before, Mairi actually sort of reaches forward and just takes his forearm and sort of pulls him back to his seat. And she sort of looks over to you all and goes, I apologize for any insult that has been given. I'm afraid not all of us are in accord with how to treat you.
That is not surprising. So, what is the thoughts of the gods on how to do this?
Investor, granting you a fragment of our power so that you might be able to stand up to her might. And she's going to look at the others. Hopefully contain her. And Hevos is just shaking his head as she says that. Kill. It's safer. Guaranteed.
Is that Orlan or Hevos? Because
Hevos.
Hevos was on my... Oh, it was Hevos? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, Hevos was all for freedom of choice and bringing you here to discuss this. Did not actually state his point on it.
Ah, okay. I thought he was saying that, we'd already been looking into it, so I thought he was see, they're already doing it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, saying, hey, look, these people are capable. Yeah.
I hope to be able to do more than just contain her. I'm hoping that we can find a way to bring her back.
The Morgani angel sitting there glances around at the gods around her, as if a little hesitant to speak, even though she's granted this position. Before she goes, "Do you have a plan to help her?"
We have some ideas. It will take a little bit more work to know what we can do, but they're very good ideas and have seemed to lead in the correct direction.
Imor, just sort of leaning sideways on his chair, his chin resting in his hand, elbow on the arm of it, just goes, need more than ideas. Her death would stop
The
the
first
fall
dragons are
of
infecting
countless.
her very faith.
They need to
They're
die.
poisoning her mind. Without their
And-
presence, she will hopefully stabilize, or we think we have ways to pull that back.
I don't believe that's
But-
possible.
Allow us to try to arrange the fall of first dragons and what effects that may have on Morgani before you all jump on her to have her killed. Because it's them that are causing the issue. If you just have her killed and those dragons are still around, then they will probably just want to assume whatever power vacuum is left behind.
Orlan crosses his arms and just sort of leans back in his chair as he goes, "We have no doubt about your ability to kill off the first dragons."
The other issue, killing her, if that's what it comes down to, is what happens to the heaven.
I believe Haya could catch it.
Haya nods slowly. Maybe. But I don't know if it would work.
I don't think you could hold it for long.
No.
But
I do not
you
think
could
that is a
catch
risk
it.
we'd be willing to take.
I have been thinking of something that I haven't voiced to anyone. Only those here, I believe, are old enough to know. Each of the gods are tied to hope, magic, all. When
you say hope, there are some pained expressions.
Gifts and winces when you say the word hope. Like,
what
ow.
happened, mortal hope, when this happened previously?
They seem reluctant to answer before Tamari sort of looks down and goes, "You don't understand what hope actually is. You have something you ascribe the word to that is a facsimile of it. You don't understand the force it was, how potent, how powerful, how it could change things, not just through people striving, but through... It was a force. It's gone."
That is what I was actually concerned about.
More nods in understanding.
The second issue is if we were to slay Morgani, magic would fail, wouldn't it?
Talan nods and goes, "It is likely, but, well, magic was always her choice to give. It is not a necessity for you all."
Become enough of an extension of peoples that I think removing would be disastrous to them.
To think each of us dying and our heavens plummeting and dragons being allowed to rule and reign and lay waste to your entire world would be far more severe than you having to adjust to a lack of magic.
Well, would there be dragons?
I have no interest in seeing any of the gods die.
I do not either. I had a thought that with how they're tied, what about the other aspects?
What do you mean?
Such as the dragons.
They are still creatures of flesh and bone. They'd be potent, wouldn't be able to cast spells, but they'd exist.
From
The
the
Goliaths
stories,
didn't stop existing when Lalasil died.
they were not directly born of her blood. And remember, all the dragons come from the firsts, which are directly made from Morgani herself.
I tilt my head. Does that make you kind of like a Nephilim?
The Morgani angel winces. And he should have got his eyes flicker on you for a second, Carrick. Before there is a soft little laugh coming from behind the masked mirror. And
I'm glad I have given entertainment to one of the gods.
Mirris actually stands up and sprays their hands out. And then in
There
a
we
sort
go,
of
serrates.
lyrical voice just goes, all of these questions are a little pointless. What it comes down to is what Lay want to do. We can give them the power, but if they don't want to kill her, she's not going to die. Sounds to me like we have to play by their rules. A couple of the gods glare directly at Mirris. Orlan, Talan, Hevos don't look particularly happy. Myri's just sort of nodding absent-mindedly.
I guess you could find another group of heroes if you're dead set on murder.
Mirris chuckles again and flops himself back into the chair and then just goes, they can't. And Hevos actually stands up, glaring directly over at Mirris now, and goes, silence your foul mouth. And Mirris just draws a little X on their mask.
No, at least one who.
I think the idea is, one, we know what the plan is.
Would it ease your concerns at all if I were to say that if it became clear that there was no other route and that any of you, your heavens and your people, were being put at great risk, we would kill her?
Orlan tilts his head a little bit and goes, practicality.
Because I look over at Carrick. I would do everything I could to protect Morgani's people, the dragons, magic, all of that, but I wouldn't let Orlan's people fall, or Myri's or Tamari's, any of them. Nobody deserves that.
That's correct.
There is a plan for this anyway, Talan says. If death is to be her fate, then we have a means to stop, well, the fall of all magic. And whether we will is a tough question. Your kind verges very close to stepping on our toes.
I assure you, we're not interested.
Says the one that has been altering the very fabric of reality on a daily basis, really.
But I only cast a couple spells.
Every time you wish, you force your will upon the world.
The realization dawns on Gifton.
Just get a really weird look at casting the most important prestidigitation in the entire world.
God.
Wastefully casting prestidigitation.
The world order balance keeps shifting every time a prestidigitation spell goes off.
My apologies. I will attempt to do it less than.
Alan just sort of waves a hand dismissively. He goes, it is not that much of a concern, but I hope you understand my point. Magic is not something I think that should have ever been shared with your kind, but it was her prerogative. Whether it continues to be shared or at her demise, you would have to take fault on that. If it would sway your decision, we could do so now.
character and kind of look over at the rest of the group.
What decision? On what? On whether or not you continue to share magic with us?
If the loss of magic is what is dissuading you from putting Morgani down...
No, it's the possibility of what it would do to her people and
And those who are magic.
And it would hurt. So what about her angels?
If her heaven is held, the angels should be fine. Here is not the plan for that. If you agree...
And she's your sister.
Ron actually closes his eyes. I don't need a reminder of that.
You just put her down like she's a mad dog.
She is mad.
Yeah, she is mad, but she's sick. Maybe she can be helped. You don't just throw people away when they don't do what you want. Actually, Gifting gets a suddenly horrified look on her face as she realizes who she's talking to. And then she kind of buries her face in her hands.
His tongue. And Shax is very
I'm looking at the entire group and then looking back towards the pile of gods, nodding towards Hea, and then just going, we intend to save her first and foremost. If it comes to the point where we have to slay a god, then we shall try. But our prerogative is to save her. Let none die who could live.
Then it seems your minds are made up on this matter.
We will do what we must, but our first attempt is to save her. But if we must kill her, we will. At least I will.
Evos
Yeah.
leans forward.
She must be killed, she will be, but we would be remiss to not attempt the path first.
And he's going to sort of hold his hand up in a sort of vaguely calming way. It's not actually calming to you, it's just that gesture that's familiar to you.
Are we about to get mansplained by having
a little bit, maybe.
It's a pair of going, children, quiet.
Please do not take this as me telling you what must be done or suggesting that this is the way it is. It is a question. That is all. If you were commanded, would you obey?
No.
I do not believe so, no.
What would you ask of me, Hea?
Hea looks up and goes, I would ask for you to try your best, like you did with me.
Then I will obey.
I have my orders. And I'm looking Havos dead in the eye when I say that.
Then, if we are to have her killed, it would not be by your hand. We would have to find another. And Miris actually sort of snorts behind the mask at that. You can hear a stifled laugh. There's another sidelong glare. A vote will be taken. That is our way. All for taking action against Morgani, putting her down, has been... And there is a troubled look on his face, briefly, as Tarn says, as has been done in the past. And you see Imor's hand go up, Hevos' hand go up, Illin's hand go up, Orlan's hand go up, and Miris' hand go up. And then he sort of looks up between a lot of them, and then goes, right, and those for against taking fatal measure. Miri's hand goes up, Tamari's hand goes up, Talan's hand goes up, Hare's hand goes up,
Tilde's hand goes up,
and the Morgani representative's hand goes up. He looks briefly at you, Talde, and just shakes his head. And it is an equal split. 5 for, 5 against.
James, it's not that easy of a question, is it?
Mirrors points at you,
That's why
Gifton.
you have odd numbers of gods and not even.
We have odd. Lardacil's vote still counts. And we have a representative right here. There is a moment of silence. Havos sort of stands up, actually slamming his chair back. It falls backwards and lands with a thump, and just goes, "How dare you suggest that she can stand for Lardacil? What? It's alright." Olan seems about as angry as Havos does. He's actually actively glaring at you, Gifton, and goes, "She is not one of ours." Just goes, "Seems she is. She carries the badge."
Louis is actually going to interject himself between Havos, Orlan, and Gifton.
Their eyes locking you briefly, and
I'm locking eyes right back. It's like,
stand aside. Orlan says.
I look over to Hea.
Hea looks back at you.
If you swear no harm to her, I will. But you are posturing for a fight.
The little cat thinks that there will be a fight here.
Louis, if they wanted me dead, I would just simply be dead.
If they wanted the problem taken care of and could do it themselves, why did they not do it?
Because they held themselves to something, I think.
This is a
Their
rule
own
we came up
laws.
with after Lardacil's fall, that we would not harm each other. Never again.
So you must force others to do so for you. That is the same.
No,
By proxy.
this is not the
We are
same.
You are
merely
doing
the sword
the
that you
same.
wield.
Like he said, command, and we would do it. No, we
Notably,
won't.
Talan, who voted against killing Morgani, is shaking his head and goes, "This is not the same. Law is law. Finding a way to work around it is part of it."
You wish to subvert law. Intriguing.
I wish to work to its word.
That is a greater truth.
To its word, not its intent. Intriguing.
If you wish for intent, you need look to my brother, he says, glancing over at Havos.
Do you wish for me to fetch Taniel then? Give her my badge?
Miris sort of just shakes his head a bit and goes, "You hold it. It's your word. It's hers." One who bears the badge of office can answer for their god.
Irony is that's one of their rules.
Talan actually nods as goes, "So it is written." Such a badge cannot be taken by those that would not be given it freely.
Gifton's going to just touch the badge lightly, thinking about it.
The Morgani Angel is looking at you pleadingly.
Yeah, also voted against harming Morgani.
Yeah, the
I
ones that
voted
were
against
against it were Mairi, Tamari, Talan, Hea, and the Morgani Angel.
I vote against the proposed murder against Morgani.
Talan nods. Olan grits his teeth a bit. Hevos actually seems to cool down a little bit at that and just shrugs. Heya and the Morgani Angel look relieved. And Miris just claps his hands. Well, that's settled then. No executioner's blade here. Not unless absolutely necessary. I hope we're keeping practicality in mind.
Practicality is in mind.
Yes.
Marvelous. Mind if I take over the proceedings? Of course. And he's Miris is actually patting Talon's leg as they sort of stand up and start to walk about. Just go, right, we're gods, threats, all that fun stuff, but you're willing to act with us if we're keeping, her safety and such in mind, safe prison until she's cured, if such a thing is possible.
Yes.
Right, there was something about that, wasn't there? And they sort of gesture at Imor, who goes, yes. So, sealing her away, while not as permanent as death, will have its own effect. And we are likely to see consequences to her lack of presence, much like the suggested lack of magic. So, we would need a transference of power from her. If we are able to help her, then that would be hopefully temporary, but...
Seems reasonable.
And ideally not in solitary, looking at Heya.
Heya scowls a little bit and nods. That loneliness, it is...
It will be as worse.
Hevos
remarkably sad at that. Doesn't like thinking about it.
Hevos frowns a little bit and then just nods himself. We would make sure that she is looked after properly. We can learn from our... And he actually seems bitter saying the word mistakes. Well, Miris sort of puts her hands behind her back and goes, well, in that case, we have things to help with that. She'll likely need to beat her down a bit, unfortunately. One must be weakened for their power to be let loose and collect it. Oh, I doubt she will hand it over willingly.
I didn't say we weren't willing to get into a scrap with her.
To which end, while you are indeed some of the more powerful heroes in existence right now, I don't know if you're aware of that, but not quite enough. Not for a god. We could just wave our hands and you'd be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Not unless you receive some investiture of our own power into you, so that you might stand up to the crazed, beloved sister of ours and save her from herself. So would you be willing to take on aspects of us when the time comes?
I would think so, yes.
Don't agree,
Sounds
so...
like untoward side effects of that, would there?
Frankly, we're not sure. We've raised avatars and champions before, but it is but a glimmer of our power that they've ever received. This would be new. We'd want it back, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
A horse.
And Miris is actually going to, almost skippingly start coming down the little steps that lead up to where this dais would be, and the chairs are now arranged, and it's actually coming in amongst your group, and leans in and very conspiratorially hand raising up to block the few of their mask from the rest of the gods, as if to block their lips, just goes, "This is where you start the bargain."
Gifton's just gonna give him the most confused look possible. And then look to Raziel for guidance.
Raziel is actually setting their jaw a bit and is glaring at their parent.
I believe the idea is this is where, since we are doing the work for them, that we...
They should do. What do we get out of it?
That's a terrible bargain.
That is...
No, it's a terribly great idea of why aren't you fixing the freaking storm and freaking Zaha over Chaos City? And Raziel deserves his wings back. And stop bad talking the Fae in your damn churches.
Hervos and Mairi look at each other as mention the storm, and they just sort of nod towards you. Ilin goes, Morgani's the driver behind the bad mouthing, but...
I mean, it would be nice if, it could be nipped, and also we should stop letting people say bad things about Heya.
I'm sure we can all agree to a bit more positivity, Ilin says, looking at the rest of the gods. And there's some, actual acquiescing nods and a couple of begrudging nods.
People shouldn't think about the daughter and think that she's actually a demon queen. That's not okay.
Mairi nods firmly, and Hervos is just nodding along. The rest of the gods look a little reluctant, but you get nods in return. Miris, meanwhile, has their hand on their mask and is looking at Raziel, going, wings back, wings back. I don't know. Do you think it would be okay? I know everyone was adamant that he should be having them stripped, he says, turning back to face his brethren. It is a small thing. Give the angel their wings back, if this deed is done. I'm glad you all will acquiesce to this small request. Oh, I think those are all easily doable things.
Will the... wiping of the world stop also? I know we have for now.
Actually goes, yes. It'll stop. And she looks at the others. They don't have a choice in the matter. Nor does it turn out that it is... We know you've been talking to that thing. Yes? Seymour says, looking at you all questioningly.
Who's the dreamer? Yes.
How much of our activities are you aware of? Get to saying this with a bit of a smile.
There's actually an awkward look on some of their faces. Not all of them are good at poker face. Mr. Maskman, as Miris says.
Why you wear a mask?
There is oddity around you, Orlan says. Your actions are hard to track. We get bits and pieces. There is a reason there are assigned watchers to you.
So you know the dreamer is not coming after you. You know that much.
Orlan nods and Talan sort of leans back a bit and goes, it would seem the information we have about this thing might not be highly accurate. And in that case, while the cycle will not resume. Not because of... I will be blunt, Talan says, steepening their hands as they lean forward. If your kind manages to amass enough power, which you do surprise us frequently, as you move against us, then the cycle will likely resume. But as it stands, no. There is no need for it.
Hopefully, everyone can live together. At least that's what I hope.
He nods and looks to the rest of the gods and goes, "No reason we can't get along with them, can't be with them." Evos just shakes his head as if, this is the foolish words of a child. And he's just looking over at her.
Corvus is kind of looking around the room.
Mm-hmm.
Something's just kind of dawned on him.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a plane, like all the others. Isn't it?
This place, it's made for you, yes.
No, your place.
Each
of your places. They're all planes. They're all individual little pieces. Just like ours, just like the Empty, the Feywild.
No, our place is nothing like yours. Empty? I can't say. Tron shakes her head. The Feywild, once, perhaps, it was like ours. But painted. In scowls.
So are we on the extension of one of your heavens, or is this...
I think they made this place specifically to meet with us.
Okay.
I think that's the inference.
Taran nods and goes, "You're actually on your plane right now."
Look over at Gifton.
I have one other request. Can you stop killing Nephilim?
There is a moment of silence. And Imor actually goes, "Don't know what you ask."
There's gotta be a better way. It seems very cruel to kill a child to punish a parent.
Or, just stop doing it.
Child should not be punished. A child should not be punished for a birth that was out of their realm of control.
A child born of love shouldn't have to be punished for existing.
Taran sighs softly and goes, "You're aware of our cycle. You're aware that there have been worlds before yours. Well, the same but different, yes?"
Try not to think about it.
"We know what happens if two Nephilim have a child. You do not. Be thankful for that."
Did it used to happen often enough that it was a high chance?
It happened once, and it almost happened again. That's when we made the rule.
What happened? What could have been so bad?
You're aware of the plains of hell?
Yes.
Earth was no different. Earth. What's the word? Yeah, I didn't name the setting.
No, you didn't.
Your world was no different at that point.
Everything was on fire?
Hell is not fire, child. Hell is agony. Hell is torture. Hell is an existence that is unbearable. It is something that cannot ever be abated, it can never be gotten used to. It is madness and pain and suffering, and that is what they can bring at a whim. They have a power akin to the most powerful of our host. Many, many angels died bringing down that first one. And it did untold damage before it was sorted out.
I mean,
Are you sure that was from Nephilim?
Right.
I mean, as a medical person, sorry for Hea and Mariri here, but I will just make them incapable of having a child. Sterilize them, infertile, do whatever. If that is the result, then nip it in the butt.
Mairi and Hevos actually look very, very angry at that suggestion, and Hea seems displeased as well.
I mean, that's just.
But Miris actually puts their hands up and goes, "Yes, let's remove the thing from the beings that have angelic powers that can heal and, all that thing."
Maybe they could be brought into
better light.
your fold.
Welcomed, not ostracized, guided, taught, loved.
You ask a lot for a chance of controlling these things, and there's a lot at risk if it doesn't work. Is every child that is loved and taught well a good person?
Is every child that's abused and tortured a bad person?
But you don't kill every child, though. That's the thing.
Because not every child can summon hell on.
Well, I have been around some very cranky 1-year-olds.
That's every Nephilim going to bring about hell on earth.
Tamari actually sort of seems to tap her fingers on her chair before going, "I think it's worth listening to them."
There has to be something to work around it, because Cassie was Nephilim. And
there has to be some middle ground between killing them all and letting them free with no control over it.
I agree. Tamari says, looking at the rest of the gods, "I know that the risk is great, I think greater than maybe they consider, but it does not mean that it is worth hurting them."
Or at least consider, is there a way to make it safer for the angels to pursue something where they won't make a Nephilim? Where they just make a normal child, maybe?
Tamari gives a sort of right little smile and goes, "If they mate while inhabiting hosts, I'm afraid it's unavoidable. Not unless we remake them entirely, then it would not be as they are." And she sort of gestures towards, the Morgani Angel, Yomiel in the back, and even Raziel.
What if you made that an option for them, so that way if they were inclined, they know that their child wouldn't...
I don't think you understand, child. We would have to unmake them.
They would. So.
Viridanze must be unmade.
Wait, does that mean Raziel getting his wings back a lot more violent than I intend? Suddenly giving squinty eyes.
Mirrors,
Gifton's wings are gonna flare out. She's like protectively.
Mirrors' shoulders sort of move up and down in silent mirth as Tamari shakes her head and goes, "He is still what he is. It is just subdued. He thinks himself human, but he could not become a demon if there was not a little bit left. He can be rebuilt. He does not need to be remade."
There could probably be something thought of with enough time and focus.
Karan sort of squeezes the bridge of their nose and goes, "Then perhaps if I give you the promise that alternatives to dealing with the Nephilim will be considered and voted on."
That would be more than fair. It's just I wanted to bring it up because it's a subject near and dear to my heart.
"I might have some ideas anyway," Mira says, just sort of putting their finger up. "Sure, we can solve this problem. Easy peasy."
Actually, with what you spoke of, the children of two, so we have a little bit more information about what we can be going up against. How does that compare to what the firsts were doing?
Who was going to answer this?
Similar...
Imor actually sort of shakes his head a bit and goes, "Similar in scale of threat, perhaps, but different in nature. The first, their influence, well, you're seeing what's happening with Morgani, and it would reach us if she is allowed to stand. Reach us, do you understand?
Based on what they are.
It is based on what they are. It is based on a metaphysical threat.
Okay.
The child of two Nephilim is a far more material threat, able to warp reality to their whim. Much like, and is actually going to look at you, Gifton, and goes, much like the abilities of, well, what the Fae in their domain. Imagine an Oberon, something worse than him having control over everything."
No pun intended. But in good faith to this, how about you also try to work with one that was slain long time ago?
Gifton is giving you a look.
Imor was actually just going to sort of lean forward, clasping his hands together and looking at Corvus and go, "Those things are beyond even my reach."
Well, she's up here, isn't she?
No,
somewhere.
She's not. When the Nephilim dies, they annihilate themselves. Soul and all.
Oh, Gifton's sudden relieved look on her face. For a minute there, she thought you were talking about Dadriel, and she was gonna climb over there and clobber you. Don't bring up my Dadriel.
So she's not here in any of your heavens?
No.
Have you ever? Gifton's just gonna.
Perception checks from everybody, please.
Deception?
Yep.
Oh, I thought I heard deception. I was really confused for a second there.
It's a deception check, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, deception check. That's great. No, perception.
Oh.
Okay.
I heard the second time.
I heard deception.
That's a
I
correct
heard
did,
it both
in
times,
fact.
so
Yeah.
I don't get as high of a roll with that. I wish I had.
Okay. Yep. Everyone passes. Thank God. I'm just not letting passives happen for this.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Miras's arms do not move. Nothing happens. But you see like the impression of something appear on their mask. Almost like a finger being pressed to lips. Just sitting there casually.
I don't see it.
Why not?
Because I didn't
No,
perceive it, right?
you said you passed.
Oh, I passed? Oh, okay, we all passed.
Yeah, all of us
Okay.
passed.
Oh, okay.
Miss
Okay.
is trying
It's
to
like a
Miss is
10.
trying to make sure this is seen, but I'm just not allowing passives.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Okay.
Basically, I want to allow
Yeah.
for that slight chance of fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought.
We are unaware of how various things work. My apologies.
Machinations are supposed to be beyond you. You cannot be blamed. Imor sort of shrugs a little bit. And Marissa sort of just scratches the top of their head, shifting the fabric hood that they wear about a bit before.
Oh, okay. They have a hood.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it
Before,
was like a full-headed mask.
nah, it's a
That's
hood hide.
Mass hood.
Before they sort of stand up and go, well, I think we're done. No?
I don't do anything else.
Talon frowns a little bit as if there should be more to this. This seems improper for a meeting. But Miris is just going to turn to the rest of the gods and go, yeah, no more business? No more grand requests for our kind heroes? What about our kind heroes? Any grand requests for your loving gods?
I'm gonna actually make a quick check. Let's see. Do I actually know the name of? Because I don't know if it's a thing. Morgani's. Crap. I think it's called the first. My brain just. shut
Morgani's
down on
Prime?
that part. Yes, that's it. With the 24 religion. If I don't, I'm gonna ask. Is basically what I'm going at. Because.
No, you do not.
I just would have one question of Morgani's Prime of I've never learned the name and I would like to.
Oh, we have the name. It's in our document, I think.
The Morgani Prime?
That
wasn't the one. I don't think it's the one.
No, wait, Sidriel. No, Sidriel is. Yeah, Sidriel. It's Sidriel. She was the one that was banished from Hea's land 10,000 years ago, Morgani's Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Yeah.
And she looks over at you all. Actually, yeah, you guys learned that, so you should know that, Carrick.
Okay, yeah, as long as
Yeah.
okay. So then ignore that. I forgot that was the Prime. That was banished.
Definitely looks different than she did then, if it's the same angel.
Yeah, I never saw her because I wasn't in that part of the thing.
Well then, I think we've kept them long enough. You're all an awkward bunch, aren't you? He says, looking at both you lot and the gods. Okay, time to go home. Let me give you a lift.
Thank you.
Gifton's going to move forward like she's going to give Miris a hug and then pretend to slam into an invisible wall.
I guess the question to Jim is
Turn, and then turn and go, I guess we're leaving.
Okay, you turn to leave, and then Gifton, you do slam into an invisible wall. Oh, you're very good.
Oh, ow. I can't start checking for the rest of the invisible walls.
You go to check for its presence again, and nope, no invisible wall.
Do I see the stupid wall?
You do not.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna start moving towards the rest of them.
Captain, stop.
Alright, I'm not. Going for it. I'm going for it.
It's Miris waves away Yomiel, who sort of goes to move along with you all. But Yomiel looks a little concerned. But Miris does accompany you back to the front door of this church. Anywhere in particular?
Dolph. Hopefully.
Back in Winden where we were. Or it would probably be easy. Ultimately.
I heard Winden, I heard Dolwood.
Gentlemen's HQ.
If you want, a little dangerous.
I guess that's the question. Do we start by checking to see if it's in Dulford, or do we go back to Winden?
You know, how about
I
we
am
just
a
ask
kind
the
and patient
god?
god, but decision, please.
Where's the Vardo?
I'm not answering questions. I'm asking where you want to go.
Tried.
The proper question is, let's go to the Vardo would have been the proper one.
Yeah,
but-
let's go to the Vardo.
Actually, Gifton goes, we'd like to go to our Vardo, please.
Okay.
Yes.
And they are going to open up the church door, which just seems to lead to glowing light. And they step through first.
And
Tom's gonna hate us.
Oh,
charactering two things: mask, wings, then stepping through.
Following.
Yeah, following.
Oh.
All right. You each step through this door, and
We're back in Winden, aren't we?
no.
He doesn't necessarily have to do what we asked. It's fucking Mirrors.
Each step into pitch darkness. Those with dark vision, it does not help. Those that have devil sight, and
I have double sight.
yep, and Corvus.
True sight?
True sight would not help with this. And what was that?
Mage Sight, the one from your aquarium.
That was you'd see from Magical Darkness.
Yep,
that works. So a few of you are able to see that you are stepping out of your old Fardo's door into a cavern. A cavern's the wrong word. It is clearly hewn rock, but it seems to be underground, and there seems to be no entrances around you. And immediately, the air in here is light. You can feel that you are not drawing a lot of oxygen in here.
Cool, we're all gonna die.
It's very dark and
Not my choice of place to go.
Well, our mistakes.
I had this whole thing planned. I'll fix one thing, and there is a little snap of their fingers, and it becomes easier to breathe.
think.
Don't thank me yet. You still have to get out.
Yes. This is with that a little bit. Yearly.
Mhm.
I do have 60-foot blind sight.
I'll solve the other problem. I'm casting daylight.
Okay.
I was actually hoping that someone was going to say there was magical darkness because I was going to just cast a spell. But I don't know.
You guys can't see. I'll cast daylight. That would be my natural reaction. So I'm casting daylight.
Okay.
I'm just gonna burn a spell.
All right. The this little cavern suddenly lights up. Everyone can see now that there's maybe about 5 foot clearance on each side of the Fardo, including ceiling. So there's space.
Daylight actually breaks magical darkness perfectly.
It does. Ooh, well, that solves one problem. Alarm bells are ringing though, so don't take too much time. But I have a little something for you.
Oh?
Take it as a mark of my love and adoration, all the things that a god should have. I've been figuring things out, and it was wrong. Funny thought that, isn't it? Death being wrong, but wrong he is.
Wrong about what?
Oh, this. And Immortal just seems to reach out into thin air Mirrors, rather.
Yes, okay.
Seems to reach out into thin air, his hand grasping at something, and there is what looks like to be a ripple in the air, a slight renting, and suddenly pulled through is a body that now that guys can actually see in here, which thank God you had daylight.
I basically burned a wish,
Yeah.
so that'll clean them upstairs.
What lands on the form, seemingly dead, is the form of Cassiopeia. Without any armor equipment, they're quite stark naked, in fact.
Oh, sweet. He got us a dead person. I'm definitely not saying that in character.
Oh, this was tricky. Hang on. So, and he just seems to be wafting with his hands, like as if trying to gesture something out of this little ripple in the air, and just continues his motion down to the body, and then taps Cass's body on the shoulder. And goes, there, soul in place. Most of it. You're welcome.
Gifted is looking just incredulous about what the fuck just happened here.
You'll have to resurrect her, of course, but, can't do everything for you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. I'm sorry, do you prefer the... And they suddenly fall silent and bring both thumbs up to their mask and, starting from the center, draw a smile using both thumbs.
I'm gonna give Maris a hug.
Maris pats you on top of your head.
Kristen does that like shoulder like sag of yes, this. All right.
Corvus is gonna kneel down, put his hand on the ground.
Oh, yes. Alarm spell. There was a warding glyph here. There is a pressure plate that the Fardo is on. That would go off if the Fardo leaves it.
How big was the Vardo again?
Substantial.
Sizable.
Yeah.
Like, if I reduced it by a size, would it fit in a 10-foot by 10-foot cube?
Take something down from large to medium, right?
It just straight up reduces...
By one size category?
By one size category, yes.
I think
So, yeah, large to medium.
The Vardo was technically huge, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
So that'd go down to large.
And it'll be a 3x3.
Large is 2x2.
Large is 2x2. Huge is 3x3.
Which would put it in a 10-foot by 10-foot cube.
Yeah. So yes.
So,
No, we just take the contents and leave.
Oh,
yeah, all we need is the thing inside.
Yeah.
Right, there's a pressure plate underneath the Vardo, though, so don't disturb the Vardo until we maybe get rid of the pressure plate. There are alarm spells going off. Mirrors was correct on that. No offense.
I was
just
thinking of just
Mirrors gestures, they are hurt.
Teleporting it elsewhere.
Hand to their heart.
And it seems like there were glyphs of warding, but you may have taken care of that.
There's a finger raised to their mask as if shh.
Right.
Do you still remember how to use thieves' tools?
Yes.
There's
It
nods.
is not, I do.
Also nodding.
You have like 4 thieves here.
I mean, technically a few rogues. I
Oh,
believe.
no, I was laughing at the fact that Mirror nods. Yeah,
Yeah, we only got one rogue.
I know.
No, I'm a rogue.
You're the only rogue.
The
Two.
bard is also a rogue.
Oh yeah, you are
Yeah.
a rogue. I actually genuinely forgot the Swash was.
I've been
I
spending
have
an
them,
inordinate
but I
amount of time
lost the
just kind of
proficiency.
eyeing up Miris and thinking a lot to herself.
I mean, again, I could just reduce it, teleport out, and then teleport us out.
It would still disturb that.
We need to get rid of the pressure plate first.
It seems
So,
entertaining
yes.
to listen to you all.
Unless it is rather immediate.
Do we have any need of the
I'm
Vardo at
sorry.
all?
I mean,
Great
I
God,
touched
Miris, was there more? It seemed like you had quite a bit you wanted to do.
They tilt their head a bit and then they sort of make a gesture like very enthusiastic. No, carry on what you're doing with their hands.
Perhaps we are entertaining them.
There's the bingo
Okay.
point at Telday.
Whoever has the thief's tools that is more intricate in working with it, can someone please disarm the pressure plate? And then we can get things moving along before I show up again.
I guess the big question is what stat would you like for disarming the thing? Okay.
I'm gonna reach into my
I'll allow
bag and
dexterity.
pull out some diamond dust
I'm
and
betting
cast a true
dexterity.
resurrection on
Yeah.
Cassiopeia's steel shot.
So it wouldn't be me.
Unfortunately, you need
I'm
to
the one
be
who has
able
That needed
extra
to
plus
out
12
the
on it.
button.
So yeah, Jackson's saying to work and
There we go.
disabling the plate.
Okay.
So,
They did what I did. I do what I do.
Right.
no, she's going to run right onto the pressure plate just
Cassie.
before it gets...
You draw a breath.
What does it look like?
What? Drawing
Air.
breath? You sort
Draw.
of like.
Yeah, it's like a
It is-
single line that's kind of like looks like cauliflower. Deep inhale.
I hate to be an idiot here, but would you like a fast and easy way to get this out of here that will be really, really impossible for Corvus to track?
Explain.
Dingus, could you open a portal into the Feywild? Carrot, could you pull the wagon through?
Beep, beep, beep. Dingus is going to stare very focused at one end of this little cavern and
Hopefully, a point towards the end where they can pull from.
yes, not the side.
Yeah.
And you just hear him going meep 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 meep. And
It makes a big wavery green portal.
a big wavery green portal opens up.
Now, does that goes away, right?
It will, yes.
Oh yeah, it will go away. So heave ho.
I'm
Is
gonna.
the pressure plate section?
The GM hasn't said it was disabled.
Oh yeah.
You interact with it, Shaxton. You think it's disabled.
So as far as I'm aware, it is disabled. We should get moving regardless.
Okay, gonna move it. Shifting the dragon.
I mean, you can just grab it as you are, and I'll say, Dingus, help grab the other side and help Carrick pull.
Okay, Dingus will help pull the wagon. The
And
wagon
I'm gonna
starts to
grab and
move
start helping to pull
very,
too,
very,
thinking that I'm
very readily.
helping.
Miris moves
Cassie?
behind the wagon as it's moving,
Yeah.
and
Just
Miris
stamp
stands
on
on the pressure plate.
Oh, for
That would-
fuck's sake, Miris.
You coming, Maris?
Miris just shakes her head and just taps her foot on the pressure plate.
He's going to stand on the pressure plate so it appears that the Vardo's still here.
There is a
Oh,
hand
that
go
should
up
be
to their face
disabled.
in a shocked thing, as if you would suggest such a thing.
Gosh, Maris constantly
Come,
helping
let's go.
us.
Moving it through.
Okay.
I got 24 strength, so.
Cassie,
God, I wish I could spend
Hey,
the
Cassie,
time
you're
to do
naked.
this spell.
the last thing you remember is like staring down some angels in the Saharan desert, and now you are in a rather cold place, naked,
Brightly lit.
but it's brightly lit, with
A weird guy
Yeah,
with a
but-
mask.
the father being pulled into a portal with
With
masked
James.
roadman, Raziel, and
A lion.
and a lion man.
Mhm.
Raziel has been staring fixedly at Miris, by the way.
I'm actually
Oh,
going to take
brother.
off my cloak and hand it to Cassie while heading toward helping with the Frodo.
Cass is just bewildered, like, where am I? Why is it cold?
Oh, you also feel
Put this on.
strangely weak, Cass.
I'm very naked. Of course, I guess Cass only ever wore a shirt.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Cass is following through the portal. Louis is helping push from the backside of the...
So are you actually Cassiopeia?
Cass is just slowly looking at Gifton. Are you really Gifton?
Okay, so it's not Cassiopeia.
There's the sound of flesh slapping against the mirrored surface as mirror sort of face palms.
Can we just get through and before
Mirror
some
gestures.
I'm pulling!
Mirror actually points at you, Gifton, and does the little come hither finger.
Alright, I'm gonna let go of pulling and go. Clearly my help will never make this happen then. I'll go over to Maris.
Okay. And then Mirror gestures for everyone else to move through the portal. And actually pointedly looks at Raziel and very much goes through. Go through. Raz actually says a little more at Mirror and just goes, I don't forgive you. Before moving through the portal himself.
Oh, I wish I could spend 1 minute to do this, but I can't because I don't have it prepared. Fuck!
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Is everyone else going through the portal?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
This would be my one chance to do symbol on Corvus, and I can't do it.
Yeah.
Why is it not prepared?
Because your own stupid choices.
I know.
Dingus remains behind. He's like helps pull the wagon over before like just going to back pushing.
He comes over and lands on my shoulder.
Yeah.
Me.
And once everyone's through the portal, just Miris and Gifton behind. Miris actually reaches up, pulls the hood down, and takes off their mask, revealing a very androgynous face. And they smile at you softly and go, "Oh, that is a beautiful sight."
I'm gonna tilt my head. What do you mean by that?
They go, "Oh, obviously I'm looking at my own face in the mirror," and they smile before shaking their head and just lowering the mask down. I mean, and they just gesture at your body, what you're carrying.
Oh, twins. I figured you'd heard about it already.
Carrying is different from. I don't have anything to say that I think you don't already know, so.
You can say it anyway. Might be nice to hear. Thank you for a lovely scene.
She was the best of us, and I think they will be too.
There will be two.
Yes.
Any name suggestions?
No.
No, it's not a very good name. It'll be very confusing.
I do like the idea of a no and a yes.
A no and a yes is pretty great, though.
Yeah, we did have a goblin. Yes.
As a creative a god as I am, no. They are yours.
Well, I think they'll be their own. I smile.
Good too. Right, well, I don't like weighing this much, so you should hurry.
Mm-hmm. I have very conflicted feelings, but You are loved. And then I'm just gonna go for the portal.
By the way, it's all fake.
I know, all the way.
Good.
I rezzed Raziel or Dadriel already.
I know.
Buy gold.
Right, and you go through the portal, which the moment Dingus goes through, it closes
It
behind you.
And we're all back in the Feywild. Man, aren't you guys glad I've just burned 3 level
welcome
9
back
spells?
to the bridge, everybody.
Yep. So I was thinking we leave the Vardo here.
I do hate this place, so yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think it's horrible for you to travel through in the empty, right?
Yeah.
We should probably take the item out of it, but
Why?
Maybe find out what
if he lands ahead of time while we are gone, then we do not want to.
Well, I mean, we can leave it here for right now until we find a better spot for it. Because we're gonna need to make a protective spot for it.
Louis going, well, couldn't you ask Oberon to protect
Dingus?
it?
Dingus, what? What is it?
Dingus is like tossing his head, like rather violently, as if trying to gesture in a direction, and he's gesturing over to the little hole in the island in the middle of the lake, the river rather.
The melt hole.
Oh yeah, we should fill that back in. We could put it in there.
We took the rod out, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yes.
but we could. I could move the earth back into it.
Put it in the hole.
Put it in the hole.
What is the item? Corvus goes into the
Yeah,
Vardo.
okay, so was someone looking in the Vardo?
As I said, we should probably find out
That's
what
when the
it is.
bomb goes off.
Alright, okay, who's going in first?
Corvus.
Okay. So you open up the Vardo door, head on in. Corvus, make me a dexterity saving throw,
Oh,
please.
Cassie, whatever you do, don't go in that water.
Where am I?
You're in the
Feywild.
You're in Lord Dingus of the Bridges realm.
What?
Lord Dingus.
Dingus puffs his chest out.
He's a Fey Lord.
Is this a spell or magical effect?
Dan, you're muted.
No.
No. Okay.
Allow me to catch you up on things. After you died, certain things happened, but I cannot remember because that was 10,000 years ago and it was very busy.
Do you have any reroll abilities, Corvus? Not saying that it should reroll, but
Do you want to let
add an
this
8.
stand?
Tell you what, add an 8.
add an 8, yes?
Yeah.
I was going to ask
Okay.
Right,
to
that's
see within
good.
range of gifting.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
range to gifting, right? So that's
Yeah,
like
you're-
9.
Yeah, plus 9. So,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, very good. Okay. Right, in that case,
So you basically doubled his roll.
down.
No, I'm gonna walk away from him right before he does. No. I need to get about 60 to 30 feet away from him to make this matter.
Alright, Corvus. You open up the door, and you hear the click and see the glint of metal, just in time to mostly avoid the shotgun rigged, pointing directly at the doorway.
Shit!
Nice.
You will take 20 points of damage.
Ow.
Okay.
That is the half already, by the way. And
So, okay. So
and
this
then
would
I
be
need
the
a
first,
Constitution saving throw.
spell or magical effect.
Nope.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh no.
Of course it's not.
Yeah, but I do have advantage on Constitution.
Nice. And the poison does not take hold.
Okay. I think I'm immune now.
Right. So yes, there is a loud blast.
And Corvus falls backwards. And this would be the first
Yeah,
time any
Corvus
of you will
is
see
winged
this.
in the shoulder rather than like being shot in the face.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the pellets will slowly just begin to fall out of his shoulder as his wound heals up
Yeah.
by itself.
I'm going to shield Dingus at the sound of the gun crack because he is my precious baby.
Beep 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 beep
Are you okay? Are you okay?
beep beep.
Oh
This is-
yeah, I'm okay.
Right.
Are you okay?
Guy who doesn't like magic rigs things that are just tripwires.
I think so. Yes.
Good.
I'm surprised.
Cassie, you don't have a shirt.
Well,
It's a nice
I'm
cape.
actually surprised that it didn't go off on the spell that
We can't really take her back into like Wyndon like that,
Right.
can we?
And this is fascinating.
I mean, we could just go straight to your house.
I don't even feel the pain anymore.
That's unusual.
There's no wound anymore.
Actually, we're not connected to the house right now. I moved it to James's house.
Oh,
Yes.
it's yeah. Hey, Cass, you
The door
got a
only
lot
goes
of
to my
catching up to
kitchen.
do.
Well,
It's done exploding in there.
You've been dead for a
we don't
little while,
know.
so things have shifted.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
gonna start searching to make sure there's no
If
more
it's done
traps.
exploding, Cass is looking at her Vardo, walking over, kind of patting it lovingly, and opening the side. And
We
then
don't know if
rummaging
there's
through
more.
a drawer.
Cass, dexterity saving throw, please.
Stop touching
Third
things.
time I've said it.
It's got probably bad things.
Okay,
Oh,
give me a
no.
This is
Just
a
roll
Cass
D20 and then
move
check
in
the
this
stats, I guess.
situation, though.
Yes.
Well, it's good to see that Cass was back for 5 minutes.
All right, D20 plus.
That's Cass.
Okay.
Plus 9.
And yeah, plus 9 on that for me.
Alright, so that'll be halved.
I don't know. Do I think Cassie's an ally? I think she might not be Cassie.
Sure is acting like Cassie.
I don't know.
Depends. Are you still mad at Cassie after?
I might be still mad at Cassie. I'm not sure.
Right, you lift up the side door, and there is a sudden funk, 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 as a bunch of long spear-like pieces of metal are launched out of tubes.
Again, grabbing Dingus protectively, shielding your ass.
Most of them miss you, but one will sort of, cut down your side as it launches past you, dealing 18 points of damage.
So I was trying to say we should search and find the rest of the traps.
You know, I kind of like this Vardo now more than anything. Every single door and window can kill you. Awesome.
But
To be fair, they are effectively finding the traps.
But yes, you are essentially stabbed with a spear by the Fardo, Cass. Carrick, you start checking over the rest of the Fardo, and okay. You don't find any more traps.
Oh my god, Cassie's stark fucking naked in the middle of the Feywild. She's gonna get the wrong attention.
Yep.
Whispering in the
She's got a
trees.
cloak.
I can't find any more.
Cloak's a kinky hat, Dan. Cloaks.
Yes, it's like wearing shoes while you're naked.
Naked with a cloak.
Which I
Oh
guess
my.
she's also doing because she'd be wearing horseshoes.
But they're
Probably.
strength save.
You're pulling the spear out of your chest.
Actually, Cass is.
Alright, Corvus, Carrick, no more traps.
You good, Carrick?
I can't find any.
Alright.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's probably something I can't find. But
I don't like the idea, but weird healing factor now, so don't be throwing me into things, but I'm going to take another look, alright?
I was just gonna go in and,
Maybe better to use the regenerating one.
Corvus.
Can I have a shield first? Just in case.
I'm gonna look over at Raziel and go, this is what my day is like. All day, every day. You sure you want to come on the airship?
You do not spend
He
every day
frowns.
with me, Gifton. That is a lie.
Working on the forge thing sounds mighty good.
I know, isn't it?
Immense use of my talents as a potent magical caster.
You need an assistant?
I would love an assistant.
I'd love to be an
I
assistant.
think you've given me one. It's called Trixie.
Oh, damn it! What if she goes next?
Alright, you're heading in, Corvus.
Yes.
Okay. You climb in through the door.
Cautiously.
Okay. Cass, do you want to try opening that the side again?
Cass is stepping off to the side this time and opening it.
Okay. All right, Corvus, you move in. And as you do, you can see Cass, the sort of side wall of the Fardo starting to lift again. And you see the wires connecting to it a little too late, as I need both you and Cass to make me a, what's it called? Constitution saving throw.
Thought I was off to the side, but okay.
Cass don't care. But the con saves doesn't.
Don't care.
Cass don't care.
Who was the other person? Sorry.
Corvus. Actually, I think Carrick, you were just investigating. You'd be close enough as well. So you as well, please.
Okay. And we're within range of gift and
26.
26. Okay.
34.
Carrick saves. Cassie saves. Corvus does not.
One time
Corvus,
I don't wear my mask.
do you have resistances to poison for any means?
Resistance to poison, I do not.
Does this mean, Corvus, that we're in less trouble now?
Okay, Corvus, you are poisoned, and you take a whopping 15 points of damage.
Oh, dang, I should have rolled twice. I have advantage
15
being
points.
poisoned. So there's more.
You weren't ever in trouble. I was just annoyed by my own.
I wasn't saying me specifically. I was saying the lot of us, because now we can tell
Oh, heart count? Yes.
count that we have the package back, right?
Well, until we stop.
As long as it's in there.
Well, with
every
the
single booby trap
side
in this
wall lifted,
place.
Corvus, you can see it being in here, and everyone else can see it looking in. There is a large wooden crate basically laying down the length of the Fardo center.
Okay, Cass.
Definitely
really
open
nice.
it with all haphazard.
Cass, really nice that you're back and all, but this thing is still very much rigged to do things, so let's settle down a bit. Okay?
We want an investigation check on the crate.
Corvus.
Just open it.
it's in
Just
there.
open it.
Or do we want to just open the crate?
Just
Why
open
don't we
it.
just bury
Open
the
it.
crate? Don't open it. Don't see what's in the box.
You gotta know what's in the box.
Seems like a box.
You know,
Could be anything. Could be a boat.
It just looks like a packing crate.
Ah, it's a classic line.
Open it.
Has it looked like it just looks like a box? A wooden
There is
crate
a
box.
latch on the side and hinges on the other side of it. Basically, it would open up so short way, not lengthwise.
I have
Got a
realized
lid.
a fallacy in what I have had concocted for us to do with the Vardo, and I'd like to apologize to the group. Dingus makes portals into the Feywild. I don't actually remember if he makes portals out. of
Dingus
the
bobs his
Feywild.
head excitedly,
Oh, do you make them out?
shakes his head.
Yes. So we're this Vardo only leaves by us hauling it.
We only need the
exit.
box.
I'm just saying, this is our Vardo, though.
So-
Corvus would put on his mask.
Saying is I should have shrunk it and teleported it.
I'm just saying, does
No.
anyone else want to double check Corvus's checking for traps? Because it hasn't worked.
I can't seem to find anything out of a miss. Carrick
I'm gonna
or
look.
Saxon.
I'm not
I'm
saying this
gonna
because this is a particularly
There we go,
dangerous.
Telde.
So oh, thank God. Telde,
or Telday.
Telde, you start investigating this crate, and you can see multiple little signs of things. There's a little singe. It looks like some kind of chemical spill has happened, on just a small part of this. And you can see signs of little wirings as you peek through the lid. You lift it just a tiny bit. Yeah, this is definitely trapped. Majorly
Okay.
trapped. You see lots of mechanism hidden in this crate.
Sorry, but I have to really get to bed. So
Okay.
I have work tomorrow.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, we are running a bit over time. Wow.
Yeah.
Right. You know what then? I'm going to be generous. Now aware of the trap, you guys can easily disarm it, revealing an alchemical fire trap. That's very potent. And inside the crate, as it's opened up, is a long black stone obelisk. And that is where we will end the session.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Everyone take that tasty 5,000 XP.
Ooh.
Yay.
And everyone can take themselves a piety. Now feel free to assign piety to any of the gods that voted for saving Morgani.
Oh.
Can we get
I can't
list.
get piety with Ilan. Woohoo.
at some point of that because
Yeah, just in like the documents channel or something.
Yeah, let me.
I'm guessing that means
I just got another boon.
shake this.
Congratulations.
Ilin is an exception if you guys want to assign that because he does like you all in general, even though he has a bloodthirst for the rest of the gods.
I'm guessing
He's all like murder.
if one of us had one that voted against and as our
You can
primary,
keep
we
it
still
still,
could use
yes.
it in there.
Yeah, this is just for the purpose of grabbing an additional one.
And we can go. We can also put points towards the Fae also if we want, if I remember correctly, right? So basically,
sorry,
those are
I've got those marked the wrong way around.
Yeah.
For killing against killing. There we go.
I do like. It's like they're all voting against us.
I'm proud of Haya. She voted against.
So wait, does this mean we can start putting any points towards
I actually was convinced that Haya would probably vote for 4.
I didn't think she would, honestly.
She kind of had hate on for you know.
Yeah, but she also understands forgiveness, it seems.
Oh no,
A
she
bit
does
more.
not forgive Morgani. But she
No,
also
she just
understands
thinks
that
that
not
they'll
liking somebody doesn't mean they have to die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and here I thought she just thought it would be worse punishment to be imprisoned for however long she'll need to be imprisoned.
Right.
There's also
We will
maybe
do
the
the
fact
same
that,
time next week.
we like